Chapter 1285. In front of Yishiwen, the ancient patterns on the Eight Treasures universe cauldron began to emit rays of light, and countless laws began to appear around him. Although the treasured cauldron demon was directly burned to death, his cultivation was also added to the Eight Treasures universe cauldron. The laws were faintly discernible and spiraling around. While Yishiwen was constantly refining the Eight Treasures universe cauldron, he was also constantly comprehending these laws. These laws were left behind by the treasured cauldron demon. Although his strength had decreased a lot, these laws were still celestial realm laws. Although they were completely different from Yi Shiwen's laws and Tao, after reaching the celestial realm, they could be said to be able to comprehend other things by analogy. Just by refining the Eight Treasures universe cauldron and comprehending some of the martial arts laws, Yishiwen already felt that he had benefited a lot. He could feel that his own laws had a deeper level of sublimation. Yishiwen had always been cultivating by himself. There were very few people who could guide him. Even when he was the Tibetan star son, the guidance was quite limited. He basically relied on himself to explore. Fortunately, with the guidance of the great demon Yi-Mo, Yishiwen did not go the wrong way. Although Yi-Mo cultivated the demon path, his vision would never be wrong. However, relatively speaking, Yishiwen was still moving forward in the dark. Although the mysterious space was good, he could only analyze things that already existed. Deductions also needed a guide. Now that he had the help of the laws and comprehension left behind by the treasured cauldron demon, Yishiwen was undoubtedly much more relaxed. He was no longer completely clueless about his future path of martial arts cultivation. Yishiwen had originally intended to leave after refining the Eight Treasures universe cauldron, but now he was not in a hurry to leave. After all, he had obtained this Eight Treasures universe cauldron. For him, this trip to the treasure house was not in vain. After entering the law manifestation realm, all the laws within Yishiwen's body had been transformed into law manifestation laws. It was incomparable to when he was in the transcendent realm. The remaining laws were condensed into 9,000 law manifestation laws. Although the number was much less than when he was in the transcendent realm, in terms of power, it was completely different. Yishiwen pinched his hands and directly extracted a law from the Eight Treasures universe cauldron. He then refined and comprehended it. While comprehending these celestial realm principles, Yishiwen could feel that the 9,000 principles in his body had begun to faintly stir, as if they were undergoing some kind of transformation. It was a transformation towards an unknown direction. Yishiwen calmed down. He wasn't anxious. The enlightening mind, ancient tree, was shrouding his divine sense at all times. So, he didn't know what it meant to be anxious. He just continued to refine these principles step by step. Time passed by minute. However, the celestial realm's principles were still too difficult for Yishiwen. Even with the help of the mysterious space, the refining progress was still very slow. Yishiwen could only refine the principles one by one. After refining more than 100 principles, Yishiwen could only stop. There was no other reason. It was because the spirit crystals had been depleted. If Yishiwen's usual consumption rate of spirit crystals was 1, then when comprehending these celestial realm principles, the consumption rate would be 10. Yishiwen's consumption rate was already terrifying. Now, when comprehending these celestial realm principles, Yishiwen's consumption rate was even more so. The spirit crystals that he obtained previously were all consumed in one go. At this time, it was already a year later. Yishiwen opened his eyes. In this year, Yishiwen's realm did not break through again. However, in terms of temperament, compared with a year ago, there was another earth-shaking change. After refining 100 celestial realm principles, Yishiwen's body faintly had the aura of a celestial realm master. It actually faintly integrated into the void. The principles were the completely different dividing line between celestial realm masters and law manifestation masters. If only looking at the physical body, Yi Shiwen's physical body was already more tyrannical than many celestial realm masters. Now, Yi Shiwen's aura was even closer to that of a celestial realm master than many half-step celestial realm masters. Yi Shiwen felt that it was a bit of a pity. If he had continued to cultivate like this, it would have been possible for him to break through several levels and directly step into the celestial being realm. Unfortunately, with Yi Shiwen's current speed of comprehension, the consumption of spirit crystals would definitely be an astronomical figure. Without the support of spirit crystals, his cultivation speed would be a lot slower. He had to stop even if he didn't want to. What a pity. If I could rush into the celestial realm in one go, then the threat of the Golden Jade Pavilion would be nothing. If anyone dares to threaten me, I will directly kill them. Yi Shiwen sighed and said with a slight pity, "You should go to the demon domain. As long as you obtain the demon king's inheritance, isn't it a piece of cake to deal with these guys? Moreover, unlike the true martial domain, the passage between the ancient Baron's continent and the demon domain has never been broken. As long as you enter in the name of going deep into the demon domain battlefield, no one will know. Even if you disappear for a few decades or 100 years, it will not be a problem at all." Yi Mo said enticingly. Considering Yi Shiwen's current status in the Yi family, it was reasonable for him to apply to enter the Devil World's passageway to practice. Many famous geniuses of the Yi family had entered the Devil World's passageway to practice after they had retired. Only in the craziest battles could one improve one's cultivation at the fastest speed. Yi Shiwen was also considering the feasibility of this matter. Now Yi Shiwen lacked time, but he also lacked resources. Although the higher-ups had allocated resources to him, like before, 2 desolate blood divine fruits were awarded to him without hesitation. Compared to what he needed, it was still far from what he needed. If he openly asked for it, he was afraid that many people would be scared, and it would also attract more attention. At that time, every move of his would be seen by people with intentions. He had too many secrets that could not be exposed to the public. Some things were really not suitable for too many people to know. Although he had the treasured cauldron demon's vast power that had yet to be refined, and he also had the desolate blood divine fruit, which was a sacred cultivation treasure, it could only improve his power. If it was only the improvement of power, and the cultivation realm could not keep up, it was not impossible for him to go berserk in the end. Ordinary people relied on accumulation or talent, but Yi Shiwen relied on the mysterious space. However, the mysterious space was a monster that devoured spirit crystals. No matter how many spirit crystals were in his hands, it was far from enough. All right, after this matter is over, I will find a way to apply for the passage to the demon domain. Yi Shiwen said after thinking for a while. Time, resources, all these forced him to accept Yi Mo's suggestion. The imperial court contest 10 years later, and that woman was also waiting for him. He could not afford to wait for even a second. Yi Shiwen received the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. In the past year, although most of his time was spent on understanding the principles, but he had still completed the initial refining of the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. Although he could not completely master it, but with the help of the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, it was enough to make Yi Shiwen's defense to the next level. According to the situation in Yi Xing's memory, the martial Dao steel should have already opened, and will soon enter the inheritance period. Now we can rush over, Yi Shiwen said. From Yi Xing's memory, Yi Shiwen not only learned the refining method of the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, but also a very interesting piece of information. In the depths of this treasure house, there was a stone steel called the martial Dao steel. Every time this treasure house opened halfway, the martial Dao steel would open, and some lucky people would be able to inherit some extremely powerful martial arts from it. Many of these martial arts were basically ancient martial arts that had been lost for many years, and no one knew why they were recorded in this martial Dao steel. Being able to inherit any of these martial arts would greatly increase one's strength. although Yi Mo was by Yi Shiwen's side to guide him. But many of Yi Mo's martial arts were the inheritance of the devil race, which was not suitable for Yi Shiwen. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was also very interested in the inheritance of this martial Dao steel. After receiving the 8 treasures, Heaven and Earth Cauldron and Tianyuan Mirror, Yi Shiwen immediately turned into a ball of golden light and directly flew out of the river. After experiencing a dark life for a year, he once again saw the sun. The Tianyuan Mirror suddenly rushed out of Yi Shiwen's body, brushed out countless bloody lights, and bombarded the corrosive river water. Then the corrosive river water seemed to be absorbed by a huge force and was directly absorbed into the Tianyuan Mirror. In the future, Yi Shiwen would use this corrosive river water to temper his tyrant body. After absorbing enough river water, Yi Shiwen took back Tianyuan Mirror and then directly stepped on a streamer, disappearing into the sky. After a year of closed-door training, this treasure house had been open for 3 years, and half of the time had already passed. At this time, everyone had begun to find a considerable number of treasures. Every day or two, there would be news of people obtaining treasures in the treasure house. After entering the treasure house, Yi Shiwen was far from the only one who had a huge harvest. Although it was called a treasure house, it was actually not a small world. Yi Shiwen flew nonstop for a day and a night, and finally arrived at the inheritance place of the martial Dao steel. In the depths of the treasure house, Yi Shiwen clearly felt that a tyrannical figure had begun to rush in the direction of the martial Dao steel. Obviously, the news of the inheritance of the martial Dao steel was not only known by the Yi family, but also by many people from other clans. Chapter 1286. This martial path steel was thousands of feet high. After years of wind and rain, it had long been rusted. It looked like a pillar that reached the sky. There wasn't much difference, let alone anything special about it. But at this time, almost all the experts who dared to be present were half-step to the celestial realm. They were all top experts who were really not far from the celestial realm. Unless the experts of the celestial realm came, no one could compete with them. They could all feel the unusual aura around the rooted pillar. Countless spiritual chi and treasure chi were being attracted by a special aura and were constantly rotating around this pillar. And as the opening time of the martial arts tablet was getting closer and closer, the rotation speed was getting faster and faster, and the absorption of spiritual chi and treasure chi was getting more and more. The reason why it was said that almost all of them were half-step celestial realm experts was because a law manifestation realm warrior did not abide by the unspoken rules and directly rushed to the innermost part of the martial path steel. There were hundreds of people gathered near this martial path steel. They were all experts who received the news in advance and dared to come. Among them, there were more than 100 experts above half-step celestial realm, and the rest were all law manifestation realm experts. However, with so many half-step celestial realm experts in the middle, these law manifestation realm warriors did not dare to approach at all. They were usually awe-inspiring everywhere in the ancient Barrens continent, but in front of these half-step celestial realm experts, they were far from enough. They didn't even dare to approach that core circle because there were not enough spots for the martial path steel. How could these half-step celestial realm experts allow these law manifestation realm juniors to be arrogant in front of them? Who is that person? Is he stupid? Can't he see so many half-step celestial realm experts over there? Yeah, who does he think he is? Even I don't dare to approach. And he, a little kid at the 7th level of law manifestation realm, dares to approach? He's courting death. At this time, a warrior at the 9th level of law manifestation realm said with dissatisfaction. The difference between him and these inner circle members was only one realm, but the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Especially at this time, the difference was even more obvious. One was a big shot, and the other could only watch from the sidelines as they fought for supremacy. Yi Shiwen directly passed the outer circle of the law manifestation realm warriors and rushed into the inner circle, where the half-step celestial realm experts were. Boom! a mass of chi energy fell from the sky and instantly landed in front of Yi Xuan. Boy, this is not a place where you can come in. Obediently go back, or else the next time will be the time of your death. At this time, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in yellow clothes looked at Yi Xuan with a sneer. The other half-step Celestial Realm Masters also had a somewhat unfriendly look on their faces. Seeing Yi Xuan coming over, they could not help but sneer. Another kid who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Xuan was startled for a moment. Then he smiled and continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back. Bastard, didn't you hear what I said? The yellow-clothed, middle-aged man seemed to have received a serious provocation. Yi Xuan actually dared to ignore his words, which made him feel that this was simply a blatant contempt for him. Looks like you're tired of living. The yellow-clothed, middle-aged man sneered, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The entire air instantly shook violently like boiling water, crazily boiling. In the next second, the yellow-clothed, middle-aged man had already rushed in front of Yi Xuan. He instantly spread out his big hands, and countless spider webs instantly shot toward Yi Xuan, instantly turning Yi Xuan into a cocoon. This yellow-clothed, middle-aged man turned out to be a spider spirit, not a human, but a master of the Northern Demon Clan. At this time, he unexpectedly appeared here. Seeing that Yi Xuan was instantly caught by him, a somewhat proud expression appeared on his face, and then he pinched his hands into a spell. My spider webs are specially made. Even if you have extraordinary abilities, don't even think of breaking free. Jia, just be obedient and be my lunch. The yellow-clothed, middle-aged man laughed strangely, and the spider webs began to emit a strange light. This kid really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He dared to break in without looking at where he is. The spider webs of this old spider are the most vicious. As long as the prey is caught by his spider webs, it will be instantly absorbed into a pool of blood in a short time. Isn't that so? Even I am somewhat afraid of the old spider's webs. These masters of the half-step celestial realm did not have the slightest sympathy for Yi Xuan being caught in the web, only a little bit of disdain. At this time their position was the same. The dignity of a half-step celestial realm master could not be provoked. For them, Yi Xuan breaking into this area without permission was already a provocation of their dignity. Soon the yellow-clothed middle-aged man's face suddenly changed, because he found that no matter how he cast the spell, these spider webs that had become pupae did not show any signs of turning blood red. In other words, Yi Xuan, who was inside, had not been turned into a pool of blood. Rip! With a harsh tearing sound, a hand directly penetrated through the silk pupae. Pucci! Another hand penetrated through, followed by another loud tearing sound. An entire silk pupae was torn in half on the spot by these two hands. This is impossible. The yellow-clothed middle-aged man immediately turned pale with fright, because he knew very well that his spider webs looked as thin as cicada wings, but in fact they were as tough as iron wire. As long as one was caught in his web, even a half-step celestial realm master would find it difficult to escape, let alone a warrior of the law manifestation realm. It was impossible to break out of the silk pupae, and being caught in the web was tantamount to a dead end. That's all. Yi Xuan's whole body drilled out of the silk pupae, a somewhat disdainful sneer hanging on the corner of his mouth. This silk pupae did have some tricks, actually wanting to absorb the essence and blood in his body, sucking his whole body into a pool of blood. If it was someone else, perhaps there was no way to escape at all. But it just happened that it encountered Yi Xuan, and with Yi Xuan's brute force, the silk pupae was directly torn in half on the spot. Next, it's my turn. Yi Xuan sneered, stepped on his feet, stepped on a golden lotus, and his figure instantly disappeared into the air. So fast! At this time, the half-step celestial realm masters who had been paying attention to this sight at this time, they had been surprised because they found that there was no way for them to capture Yi Xuan's figure with their naked eyes. In other words, they had already lost control of Yi Shiwen's figure, and suddenly secretly felt shocked in their hearts. Was this still a warrior of the law manifestation realm? First, he broke the silk pupae with brute force, and then he showed such a terrifying speed. It was really unimaginable. This is still a warrior of the law manifestation realm? Impossible, even I don't have such speed. No wonder this kid dared to directly break into our midst. He really has some tricks. And at this time, the yellow-clothed middle-aged man was even more horrified to find that he had lost Yi Shiwen's figure. Those people were just watching from the side. Naturally, they could not really feel this yellow-clothed middle-aged man's fear. And in the next second, Yi Shiwen's figure appeared again. This time he appeared behind him. Boom! He was almost unprepared for Yi Shiwen's attack and was sent flying on the spot. Wherever his figure passed, countless mountain forests were broken on the spot. Looking from the sky, a long trail of smoke and dust suddenly appeared in the middle of the green mountain forest. It went all the way from one side of the forest to the other side, causing smoke and dust to rise everywhere. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone saw that the entire forest seemed to have been cut from the middle, and a huge crack was torn open. And this was the mark left by the yellow-clothed man. When those warriors of the law manifestation realm saw this scene, they could not help but gasp one after another. If it were them, destroying a forest was simply a piece of cake, and it was not a big deal. But the point was that this was caused by a half-step celestial realm master. With the body of a half-step celestial realm that was comparable to metal, it was naturally not a big deal to cause such a mark, but he was sent flying, and he was sent flying by a junior at the 7th level of the law manifestation realm. This was the real reason why they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even those half-step celestial realm masters looked at Yi Shiwen in surprise. Although this yellow-clothed middle-aged man was not the most tyrannical among them, Yi Shiwen's strength was indeed questionable to be able to send a half-step celestial realm early-stage master flying with one punch. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was stupid, but now they collectively changed their views. It seemed that Yi Shiwen was not stupid, but he did have his own confidence. To be able to send a half-step celestial realm early-step celestial realm master flying with one punch, he was not considered weak among these half-step celestial realm masters. At this time, Yi Shiwen had the time to glance around the entire martial arts monument. Those who could squeeze into the core circle, except for him, were basically all half-step celestial realm masters. However, there were also differences in strength. Among them, an old man of the human clan was the strongest. He had reached the half-step celestial realm late stage and was only a step away from entering the celestial realm. At this time, he was standing at the side with his hands behind his back. In addition to this half-step celestial realm late-stage master, there were 3 half-step celestial realm middle-stage masters, but they were not human masters. The Sea Clan, the 100 Clan Alliance, and the Demon Clan each had one standing around, and the rest were half-step celestial realm late-stage masters. You're courting death. At this time, the yellow-clothed man's angry roar came from the other side of the forest. Chapter 1287. The half-step celestial realm early-stage master was obviously enraged by Yi Shiwen. At this time, he didn't care so much and rushed toward Yi Shiwen like a cannonball. The momentum belonging to the half-step celestial realm master crushed toward Yi Shiwen unscrupulously. If it was before, Yi Shiwen might still be suppressed by him. After all, the power of the half-step celestial realm was, to some extent, a different level of power. However, after Yi Shiwen refined 100 principles, his breath was closer to the celestial realm master than many half-step celestial realm masters, and he had some characteristics of the celestial realm masters. This master's breath could not affect Yi Shiwen at all. Facing the yellow-clothed man who rushed over, Yi Shiwen sneered. A huge force suddenly appeared under his feet, and a big hole was violently shaken under his feet. His divinity also rushed toward the yellow-clothed man. Countless spider webs flew out of the yellow-clothed man's body and densely weaved into an inescapable net, which fell toward Yi Shiwen. "You're not my opponent just now. Is this trick still useful now?" Yi Shiwen sneered and immediately rushed into the inescapable net without dodging. His hands tore out countless golden lights and immediately tore the inescapable net apart. He appeared directly beside the yellow-clothed man, and his big hand grabbed the air. Although the yellow-clothed man was a half-step celestial realm master, he couldn't react at all at this time, and his neck was immediately grabbed by Yi Shiwen. Boom! Yi Shiwen grabbed the yellow-clothed man and dragged him in the air, leaving a huge crack, and countless air collapsed on the spot. Boom! This yellow-clothed man was directly smashed into a mountain peak by Yi Shiwen, and that mountain peak fiercely exploded on the spot. The yellow-clothed man was directly stuck in this mountain, and he died on the spot. His body immediately turned into a huge spider the size of a hill in front of everyone's eyes. He showed his original form. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate, and directly put this yellow-robed man into the heavenly source mirror. This yellow-robed man was a top-notch material. He could sell for a high price, whether it was for refining tools or alchemy pills. Not to mention, he had more than 3 billion spirit crystals on his body. This made Yi Shiwen's pocket bulge again. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen had to kill him. He was also short of spirit crystals, and it just so happened that this stupid bird had come knocking on his door. These spirit crystals would be enough to support his comprehension of martial arts in the martial arts deal. Silence. Everyone at the scene was dead silent. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. Everything had happened too fast. The yellow-robed man couldn't even block a single move from Yi Shiwen. The scene of him getting crushed to death on the mountain peak on the spot had left a very deep impression on everyone. To them, this was simply unimaginable. One move. A half-step celestial realm master couldn't even block one move from him. Who is this person? Does anyone know where he came from? Yi Clan. He is a master of our Yi Clan. I have heard of his name. His name is Yi Shiwen. He is the best among the young masters of the Yi Clan. But I didn't expect him to be so tyrannical. Even a half-step celestial realm master couldn't block one move from him. Some of them recognized Yi Shiwen. However, they were still in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen actually possessed such fighting prowess. His rise was too fast. Everyone hadn't had time to prepare to accept it. Yi Shiwen was an expert of the Yi Clan. Yi Shiwen was an expert of the Yi Clan. Not only was everyone talking about it, but even the old man of the half-step celestial realm and several other masters of the half-step transcendence realm middle stage looked at Yi Shiwen in surprise. A person's age naturally couldn't be judged by appearance, but when they really heard that Yi Shiwen was so young, they were still a little surprised. With the death of the yellow-robed man as the foundation, these half-step celestial realm masters had no other opinions about Yi Shiwen joining them. In this world, strength was the most crucial foundation. As for the realm, that was only a standard of measurement, but it was not the only standard. Strength was the standard that would never change. "You are Yi Shiwen?" At this time, a voice appeared behind Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen turned his head and saw a young man striding over. He was wearing an ordinary coat, with a green tiger striped belt tied around his waist. He had a head full of elegant long hair, a pair of deep starry eyes, a tall and sturdy figure. He was really handsome and at ease. "Well, you are?" Yi Shiwen asked, seeing that the other party was a human. Yi Shiwen also had a smile on his face. "My name is Yi." This person revealed his identity. He was also a master of the Yi Clan. "If I'm not wrong, Yi Xing should have died in your hands." Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. "Don't look at me," Yi said with a smile. "The reason is simple, but also difficult. In fact, even if many people entered the treasure house, they did not know about this inheritance. In our Yi clan, there are only a few families who know about this inheritance. Yi Xing did not come here until now, but on the contrary, you appeared here. Many people in the Yi clan know about the relationship between you and Yi Xing. I'm afraid that not only did he die in your hands, but he also let you know the secret of the inheritance of the martial Dao tablet before he died. Yi Xuan's face did not change, but he was secretly shocked. Although Yi did not see it, it was as if he saw it with his own eyes. Yi did not know how Yi Xing died in his hands, nor did he know how many twists and turns there were, but he was able to guess so much based on the fact that Yi Xing did not come here. This Yi was not an ordinary person. What? Do you want to use this matter to threaten me? Yi Xuan said faintly, his eyes flashing constantly. If he could not give himself a reasonable reason, Yi Xuan might find a chance to kill him. Of course not. What does Yi Xing have to do with me? Yi laughed and said, even if I tell this matter to Yi Qian with your current status in the law enforcement hall, do you think I can convict you with just my words? What good will it do me? Yi was very clear that Yi Xuan was now a genius that the law enforcement hall focused on cultivating. Not to mention that this kind of thing was just speculation without evidence. Even if there was evidence, the law enforcement hall would choose to protect Yi Xuan. In any case, a dead genius could not be compared with a living genius. Then why did you do it? Yi Xuan asked. It's like this. We are also members of the Yi clan. At this time, we naturally need to support each other. When we enter the martial Dao tablet to compete for martial arts, I hope you can join forces with us. Yi said. Only then did Yi Xuan know why Yi came. At this time, not only Yi but some other masters of the Yi clan were also looking at the two. But the masters of the Yi clan this time were not too strong. They were all at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. However, Yi Xuan noticed that at the same time, some people were looking at him with hostile eyes. These were also human masters, led by 3 masters of the half-step celestial realm, and there were more than a dozen masters at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. I think you have also noticed those people. They are all masters of the Wang clan. The Wang clan has been competing with my Yi clan for many years, and now it is no exception here. If I am alone, then at most I can barely protect myself. It is impossible to compete for those truly tyrannical martial arts, but if you are included, then the situation is completely different. Yi said. Yi Xuan secretly thought. This time there were a total of 7 keys to the treasury, among which the Yi clan had 1, the Wang clan had 1, the Si clan had 2, the 100 Clan Alliance had 2, and the Demon clan had 1. As for the human masters who came, they were generally divided into 2 groups, the Yi clan and the Wang clan. Even those individual cultivators were basically attached to these 2 groups, because if they were not attached to these 2 groups, it was impossible for them to have the opportunity to enter the treasury. Of course, there were also some humans in the Si clan. They naturally came in according to the keys in the hands of the Si clan, and did not belong to these 2 groups. Like the Yi clan, the Wang clan was also one of the tyrants led by the ancient Baron's continent's human clan imperial court, and the 2 families had been competitors since ancient times. After so many years, the rivalry had almost been implanted in the blood of the 2 families. Over the years, the Wang clan had produced many masters, steadily suppressing the Yi clan. Moreover, they continued to obtain extremely high positions of power in the imperial court, almost pressuring the Yi clan to the point of suffocation. From the martial arts tablet this time, it could be seen that the 2 sides were once evenly matched. The Yi clan was not considered to have declined, but the Wang clan had become more tyrannical. On the Yi clan side, if Yi Xuan was not included, there was only Yi, a half-step celestial realm master. However, there were 3 on the Wang clan side, and each of them was not to be underestimated. If Yi Xuan did not show the strength to easily blow up that spider, these people would not have easily approved of Yi Xuan's joining, and Yi would not have invited Yi Xuan to join at all. Those Yi clan masters who were not strong enough could only wait on the periphery, not qualified to join. Now that he thought about it, the reason why those Wang clan masters were hostile to Yi Shiwen was already obvious. Did their two families still need a reason to be hostile? Yi Shiwen almost only thought about it for a while, then agreed and said, "This is naturally not a problem. No matter what, we have to unite against the outsiders, especially not to lose to the Wang clan." "Good, well said. Just based on the sentence, I do not believe that you are any evil person." Yi nodded and said loudly, as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. Chapter 1288. Yi Shiwen frowned. He didn't even have time to think about it when a huge ray of light suddenly fell from the sky and fiercely blasted into that rusty pillar. Boom! The huge force caused the whole ground to shake crazily. Everyone flew into the air to avoid being injured by this force. Finally, the inheritance is about to begin. This time, I want to grab a top-level Earth-level secret manual. As long as I can grab a top-level Earth-level secret manual, my strength will have a huge improvement. Inheritance. This time, I'm going to shine and snatch an unprecedented cultivation technique manual. When that time comes, my position in the sect will undergo an earth-shattering change. Seeing that pillar of light ruthlessly smashing into the pillar, everyone started to boil with excitement, because everyone knew exactly what that pillar of light meant. Even Yi Shiwen became serious. He had obtained some information about the inheritance of martial arts from Yi Xing. But in fact, the information was not enough at all. There was no way to compare with these people. However, this did not prevent him from knowing that the inheritance of martial arts was finally about to begin. As the beam of light descended from the sky, the huge hard shell that had been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years began to crack little by little. At first, there was only a single spot that was hit, but that spot quickly expanded. After a while, all the hard shell completely collapsed, revealing the original appearance of the martial Tao tablet. It was a very large stone tablet, and the word martial on it was exceptionally conspicuous. When Yi Shiwen's eyes fell on the word Wu, suddenly his whole soul felt a violent shock. His eyes suddenly became confused, as if his whole body was immersed in this word. At this time, the mysterious space inside Yi Shiwen's body began to revolve crazily. In the absence of anyone's urging, it completely revolved. The crystal stones inside Yi Shiwen's body also began to burn crazily and began to analyze this Wu character. In Yi Shiwen's eyes, this word seemed to have turned into a human figure and was practicing some kind of dance. Was it a fist technique? No, it seemed to be a blade technique. No, it seemed to be a leg technique. Yi Shiwen couldn't judge the difference between them. He could barely see that this seemed to be a set of martial arts, but it also seemed to be just a principle related to martial arts. Yi Shiwen looked at the word Wu. Although he still couldn't understand it, he could still feel that his understanding of martial arts was soaring at a crazy speed. This wasn't an improvement in realm, but a pure improvement in martial arts. This feeling almost made him lose himself. Time passed minute by minute as he continued to comprehend the concept. He didn't know how much time had passed, but just as he was about to completely immerse himself in it, a burst of 7-colored light suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness, instantly pulling him back from this state. Yi Shiwen, who had just woken up, immediately realized what had just happened. He suddenly felt a burst of cold sweat, and his entire back was completely drenched. Huff, huff! He constantly gasped for breath. If he had continued to look at it just now, his whole person would have been lost in it, and then his whole person would have been obliterated by this martial arts consciousness. In other words, he would have become an idiot. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be drenched in cold sweat. It was too terrifying. If he wasn't careful, he would really become an idiot. Although during that period of time his understanding of martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds, this kind of pure martial arts understanding made him have a kind of irresistible impulse. That kind of feeling was as if he was enlightened and it made people have a kind of hearty feeling. If it wasn't for the Mingxin ancient tree that pulled Yi Xuan back at the most critical time, he was afraid that he would have really lost himself. Ordinary people looking at this word would not have any changes at all. This was just an ordinary word. Even if they could see the knack of it, it was impossible for them to be like Yi Xuan and have such a big harvest, because the martial arts involved in this word was too profound, and it was not something that a celestial being expert could compare with. Perhaps it was an ancient word left behind by the legendary gods. Even the experts of celestial realm would not be able to understand it, but Yi Xuan had the help of the mysterious space. This mysterious space was actually activated on its own without anyone's prompting, helping Yi Xuan to understand this word. Although it was only a superficial knowledge, but it still gave Yi Xuan a feeling that he had gained a lot. Moreover, Yi Xuan was even more surprised to find that at this time, in the depths of his divine sense, in the sky of that mysterious space, there was actually a Wu character shining brightly, and it was exactly the same as the Wu character on the martial arts deal. This Wu character has actually been copied by the mysterious space. Yi Xuan suddenly had a mixed feeling. He was happy because he would be able to comprehend the Wu character after it had been copied. He would be able to comprehend it at all times as long as he had the enlightening mind ancient tree to protect his divine immortality at all times. It would pull him back at the critical moment. Then there wouldn't be any danger. Wouldn't his martial arts realm advance by leaps and bounds? The only problem was that the consumption of spirit crystals was much greater than that of the mysterious space. In just a short period of time, Yi Xuan had already consumed one. 5 billion spirit crystals out of the original 3 billion spirit crystals that he had obtained, and he had only comprehended a superficial knowledge of it. If he continued to comprehend, the consumption of spirit crystals was simply like a huge, bottomless black hole, and he didn't know how much he would have to fill it up before it was over. What worried him was that this was the first time that the mysterious space went out of control. Although Yi Xuan could not completely control this mysterious space before, there was basically no situation where he lost control. This time, when he saw this Wu character, there was such a big reaction, and it began to help Yi Xuan to comprehend on its own. Fortunately, the Mingxin ancient tree pulled Yi Xuan back at the critical moment, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would his consciousness be lost in this Wu character, but the mysterious space's deduction and analysis were all based on sufficient energy. If the spirit crystals were exhausted, the bloodstones were also exhausted, and his own real yuan was also exhausted, his flesh and blood power would not be able to escape, and he would eventually be sucked dry. This kind of consequences, just thinking about it, made Yi Xuan shudder, and there was also the Mingxin ancient tree, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Xuan, are you all right? Yi Mo also discovered Yi Xuan's abnormality. Yi Xuan did not conceal anything, and told him about this matter. Yi Mo was silent for a moment, and then said, "This kind of epiphany situation is not often seen. Generally speaking, it only appears on the bodies of those peerless geniuses, and only those geniuses who can shake the heaven and earth and make the gods weep may be able to see this kind of epiphany. You're lucky. You have the help of that mysterious space, but fortunately you also have the Mingxin ancient tree. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you might really have been sucked dry." Yi Xuan nodded, and he still had a somewhat panicked feeling. But this is also a good thing. If you can completely comprehend this Wu character, then directly stepping into the celestial being realm will not be a problem. This Wu character is like the general outline of all the martial arts, and if you can comprehend it, then you'll be able to learn any martial arts very quickly in the future. Even without the help of that mysterious space, your speed of comprehension will not be inferior to those peerless geniuses. Yi Mo said, "In other words, this can continuously improve your aptitude so that you will get twice the results with half the effort in the future." Yi Xuan heard this, and suddenly felt that his eyes lit up. His current cultivation speed was indeed very fast, and his speed of comprehension was also very fast, so much so that it was even faster than many peerless geniuses. But this was all thanks to the help of the mysterious space. He did not think that relying on external things was bad, and so on and so forth, although he was relying on the mysterious space to cultivate. But in terms of foundation, it was countless times more profound than many peerless geniuses, and there simply were no loopholes or problems. However, the real problem was that this mysterious space was like a black hole, and it was constantly swallowing all the spirit crystals that Yishuin had obtained. And judging from the spirit crystals that Yishuin had collected, it was almost comparable to the level of a small sect. But all of them were used for Yishuin's cultivation, and although it allowed him to progress by leaps and bounds, such consumption was somewhat unbearable for him. Up to now, he had consumed hundreds of times, or even hundreds of times more resources than those geniuses of the same level. Although the cultivation of martial arts was only a part of the cultivation, and not the whole, it also included the comprehension of laws, comprehension of the realm, and many other aspects. But the cultivation of various martial arts was definitely a large consumption of spirit crystals for Yishuin, and if he could extricate himself from it, then his cultivation speed would definitely reach a new level. This could be considered as a blessing in disguise. At this time, Yishuin opened his eyes, and just now he did not know how long he had been meditating on the Wu character, but in reality, only a few breaths of time had passed, and no one noticed Yishuin's abnormality, because everyone was staring at the martial arts tablet. Suddenly, the huge Wu character on the martial arts tablet began to bloom with endless light, and the entire Wu character began to blur, forming an energy vortex, and there were spatial fluctuations flashing in it. After seeing this change, everyone's expression suddenly became even more excited. After seeing this change, the old man of the half-step celestial realm took the lead, and with a step his figure flickered and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Wu character vortex, and with another flash he had already rushed into the Wu character vortex. And the other 3 masters of the half-step celestial realm also rushed into the vortex. Everyone get ready. At this time, Yi roared, and the Yi family masters who were hiding on the side also rushed out one after another. At the same time, the experts of the Wang family also gathered behind the 3 experts of the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm, and formed a confrontation with the group of Yi family experts, led by Yishuin and Yi. Chapter 1289. The 3 masters of the Wang family looked at the people of the Yi family very vigilantly at this time. Then they flew directly into the vortex of the word martial. Yi and Yishuin looked at each other. Under the lead of the 2, many masters of the Yi family also rushed into the vortex of the word martial. Yishuin had just entered the vortex of the word martial, and suddenly found that it was a vacuum of nothingness. Looking at it, it was as if he was in the void of the universe. There were countless light spots in the sky all over the space. Some light spots were very small, just the size of a fist, but some were like a big sun, neatly distributed from the inside to the outside. At this time, everyone rushed inside. These light spots are the martial arts inheritance. The bigger the light spot, the more amazing the martial arts inheritance. Yi knew that it was Yishuin's first time here, so he explained. Although it was also his first time here, his ancestors had come here many times, so he knew very clearly. So that's how it is. Yishuin nodded. Yishuin's divine thoughts swept over, and saw that these light spots had a layer of light film on them. This layer of light film wrapped them in it. These martial arts at the outermost layer were just some human-level martial arts. These masters of the 9th level of the law phase realm simply did not care about these human-level martial arts, although it was good to take it out and reward it to the younger generation. This inheritance could only be accepted by one person, so everyone was very careful. No one wanted to choose a martial art that was not very useful, so everyone rushed to the innermost layer. But soon, Yishuin found that an invisible pressure was pressing on his heart. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Slowly, he found that when he reached the area of the Earth-level martial arts, some of the ninth level of the Law Phase Realm Masters showed a somewhat uncomfortable expression on their faces. However, for Yi Shiwen, this pressure was not big at all. These could not really affect him at all, but as he went deeper and deeper, Yi Shiwen actually began to feel some pressure. In addition to Yi Shiwen and Yi Yi, some other masters of the Yi family could soon only go within the range of the Earth-level advanced level martial arts and could not continue forward. They can't go forward anymore. Yi Yi said. Everyone was about to disperse and find some martial arts suitable for themselves from some of the Earth-level advanced level martial arts. For many masters of the ninth level of the Law Phase realm, the strongest martial arts among their martial arts might be in Earth-level advanced level martial arts. As for the Earth-level advanced level martial arts, except for a small number of top geniuses, only masters of the half-step celestial realm could touch it. For them, this was already not a small harvest. However, looking at the peak Earth tier martial art in front of them, they couldn't advance at all. This made them feel a little disappointed. With different skills, the range of advancement is also different. Just like us, we can only come into contact with top Earth rank martial arts, and only those experts who are half a step into the celestial realm and above can come into contact with heaven rank martial arts. Apart from here, there was no other place where they could get the martial arts. If it was in the Yi family, the Earth-level martial arts were not easily taught. Only those masters of the half-step celestial realm and above could get the heaven-level martial arts. Apart from this place, there was no other place where one could obtain martial arts like this. If it was in the Yi clan, heaven-ranked martial arts were not easily taught. Apart from some absolute geniuses, only some experts who had stepped into the heaven tier were able to do so. Yi Shiwen saw the slightly disappointed expression on their faces and said, "Don't worry, watch me. Although you can't go forward, since you can't go in, then pull out the martial arts." Pull out? Everyone stared at Yi Shiwen with their eyes wide open. They did not know how he was going to pull out the martial arts. For so many years, it seemed that no one had thought of it, but even if they thought of it, it was useless. If it was so easy to do, perhaps someone would have done it a long time ago. Yi Shiwen did not explain. He just shouted, and a big hand grabbed out in the air, turned into a dragon claw, and grabbed toward one of the Earth-level advanced level martial arts. Bang! The martial arts light spot was suddenly caught by Yi Shiwen, and then he pulled it back on the spot. Yi Shiwen only felt that he and a huge force seemed to be tearing each other apart. There was a huge force that was fixing this martial arts light dot in a fixed area. It was like a galaxy, and a mysterious force made the stars revolve around it. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would give up after trying for a while without any results. But Yi Shiwen was not such a person. He immediately shouted, and the blue veins on his arm suddenly popped out. The martial arts light spot was pulled over bit by bit in the air, and then slowly left the original area and fell into the range of the Earth-level advanced level martial arts. This Earth-level advanced level martial arts fell into the range of the Earth-level advanced level martial arts. Suddenly, it was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, a crane in a flock of chickens, dazzling. Among the many light spots, it was also the most dazzling one. Did he succeed? Everyone stared at this incredible scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. Yi Shiwen actually succeeded. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was joking. What did he mean by capturing the martial arts? It seemed like a fantasy story, completely impossible. However, Yi Shiwen did it, and it did not seem to be difficult at all. Thinking of this, the Yi family's warriors suddenly looked at Yi Shiwen in a different way. Yi Shiwen directly grabbed the martial arts light spot and directly hit it into the body of a ninth sky of the Law Phase Realm Master. Thank you. Thank you very much. The ninth sky of the Law Phase Realm Master of the Yi family hurriedly thanked him at this time. Before they came, they probably never dreamed that, with their strength, they could actually obtain the Earth-level advanced level martial arts. This was simply a fantasy story and they could not believe it. At this time, the disapproving look on the faces of the other people immediately changed and became somewhat heated. They looked at Yi Shiwen one after another. Since Yi Shiwen was able to catch a top-level, earth-level martial technique, then presumably catching a few more wouldn't be a problem at all. At this time, Yi Yi, who was standing next to Yi Shiwen, was also looking at Yi Shiwen in surprise. Apparently, he was stunned by Yi Shiwen's performance. In all fairness, although Yi Shiwen had just killed a spider demon, but in his heart he really didn't care much about it. After all, that spider demon was certainly not his opponent. It just needed to spend a lot more time than Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was actually able to tear the void with his bare hands and snatch the martial arts. This was absolutely beyond his expectations. If it were him, it would be impossible to do this. Not to mention, at this time the masters of the Wang family in the distance were looking at the Yi family with hatred and jealousy. At this time, only Yi Shiwen could do this. Look at the 3 leading masters of the Wang family of the half-step celestial realm. They had already broken into a deeper place and did not care about them at all. Not to mention helping them to capture these martial arts. Even if they stayed, it would be useless, and it was impossible for them to be captured like Yi Shiwen. Seeing the eyes of the Wang family, the faces of the Yi family people showed a somewhat proud expression. Of course, they did not forget who brought them such a bianha. It was none other than Yi Shiwen in front of them. Before Yi Shiwen made his move, probably no one thought that Yi Shiwen could actually do this and stay to capture these martial arts for them. They could not help but feel a little touched in their hearts. It should be known that each of these martial arts only had 1 light ball. In other words, if the martial arts were captured, then there would definitely be no more. And these light balls were different in size, and the degree of brilliance was also different, which meant that their quality was also different. Everyone knew the principle of first come, first served. Whoever went first would inevitably be able to grab the best martial arts. This principle was almost needless to say. Everyone understood that Yi Shiwen staying to capture martial arts for them was actually delaying the capture of his own martial arts. How could they not be touched? At this time, the gazes that they looked at Yi Shiwen were also more polite. In their hearts, they thought of many rumors about how arrogant and despotic Yi Shiwen was before. Now that they thought about it, they could not help but feel a little funny. Rumors were just rumors, nothing more, and could not be trusted at all. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen did not show any arrogance towards them from the beginning to the end. Even if he did, so what? They could get a top-level earth-level martial arts just by being bullied. Where else could they find such a good thing? Yi Shiwen naturally did not know the changes in their moods, but for him it did not matter. Who said that the latecomers would not be able to choose good martial arts? Moreover, his ambition was far from just this. Yi Shiwen did not waste much time and directly made his move again. Great Dragon Capture Power. Now, Yi Shiwen's cultivation of Great Dragon Capture Power could be said to have reached the point of perfection. Although it was only at the level of small accomplishment, it was enough to display a considerable part of the subtlety. This dragon claw instantly drew hundreds of claw shadows in the air, grabbing the top-level earth-level martial arts that were spinning rapidly. In an instant, these martial arts were directly pulled to the area of the high-level earth-level martial arts, and then directly inserted into the bodies of the Yi family experts. The experts of the Yi family expressed their gratitude one after another. Then they quickly sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Seeing that the people of the Yi family, who were only at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, could obtain a top-notch Earth-class martial art, the surrounding experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Not only the experts of the Wang family, but also the experts of other clans. Looking at this scene, they could not help but sigh. They were all at the 9th level of the Law Phase realm, but they really had different fates. It was infuriating to compare with others. Chapter 1290. We are all at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. Why don't we have such a fate? Hundreds of experts at the ninth level of the transcendence realm around saw this scene and could not help but sigh. Many of them also came in groups, and they all followed the half-step celestial realm masters. But obviously, the half-step celestial realm masters they followed would never be so kind as Yi Shiwen to help them get the martial arts. Firstly, they did not have the time. If they were a little late, they might miss the best martial arts. Secondly, even if they wanted to, they did not have the strength. Yi Shiwen was a freak. This was just the beginning, and a fight had already broken out in the front. The situation here wasn't any worse. If Yi Shiwen hadn't taken out those top-level, earth-level martial arts, then this place would have already turned into a mess. At this time, it was very important to form a group. No one would dare to provoke a large group like the Yi clan or the Wang clan. Unless there was a violent collision between them, then they wouldn't have to worry about other people plotting against them. This was also an advantage that the individual cultivators could not match. After all, the key was in the hands of the Yi clan and the Wang clan. The disciples of these two clans should naturally be the most. But at this time, they saw that Yi Shiwen had captured those top-notch earth-level martial arts. Among these experts at the ninth level of the transcendence realm, these martial arts were naturally unique. The ones that they fought for and the ones that Yi Shiwen had captured were simply not enough. The idea of fighting in their hearts was also a little less, but no one wanted to rob the martial arts of the Yi clan. What a joke! Even without Yi Shiwen and Yi, these experts of the Yi clan were not pushovers. With a long inheritance, they were not afraid of anyone at all when they united. Wasn't it courting death to have any ideas on them? They were not occasionally lucky individual cultivators who could rob at will. After grabbing the martial arts for them, Yi Shiwen and Yi did not stay for long and immediately went to the area of top-level, earth-level martial arts. Although Yi Shiwen swallowed more than 100 martial arts like a whale, there are tens of thousands of these top-level, earth-level martial arts in the entire area, so it did not matter at all. This was also the reason why those half-step celestial realm masters could watch Yi Shiwen pull Wu Shui over without any reaction. Yi Shiwen did not specifically choose those of good quality. On the contrary, he grabbed hundreds of them at once, regardless of their quality. Otherwise, he would have caused the collective dissatisfaction of these masters of half-step celestial realm. Even with Yi Shiwen's strength, if he caused the dissatisfaction of so many half-step celestial realm masters, he might not be able to bear it. Yi Shiwen's arrival had attracted some people's attention. Yi Shiwen's actions had already attracted some people's attention, but it had only attracted some people's attention. The two of them quickly scanned the area. Over 100 experts at the initial stage of the half-step sky human realm were engaged in a battle within the void. They were divided into over a dozen spots as they fought over the brightest clump of light. Even among the top-grade Earth-tier martial arts, there were different grades. Without a doubt, the brightest clump of light was the best. No matter what kind of martial arts it was, they would snatch it first. Ordinary top-grade Earth-tier martial arts were obviously not enough to satisfy their appetite. For them, they already had ordinary top-grade Earth-tier martial tools. If they wanted to fight for it, they would have to fight for the most top-grade martial arts. If they could snatch the heavenly calamity martial arts, that would naturally be the best. Yi Shiwen looked all the way, but he did not see a martial art that could interest him. These martial arts were not worth his attention at all. At this time, Yi also followed behind Yi Shiwen. He did not join the competition, but followed behind Yi Shiwen. He was very clear that with his cultivation, it was still very difficult to compete for the best top-grade Earth-tier martial arts, especially if the 3 half-step celestial realm masters of the Wang family joined forces against him. He was afraid that he could only choose a random martial art to comprehend in a hurry. This was also why he had to join forces with Yi Shiwen. If there were 2 of them, at least they would not have to worry too much about their coercion. Yi Shiwen rushed all the way to the area of heaven-tier martial arts. In that area, 3 half-step celestial realm masters were constantly chasing some powerful martial arts. These martial arts were written by tyrannical masters, and there was a hint of essence, chi, and spirit in them, which made them different. If it were not for the suppression of special laws, these martial arts would have become book demons. Book demons transformed from martial arts were the real horror, and went straight into the essence of martial arts. However, no one knew who suppressed them here, so they could not really transform into demons. But even so, those heaven-tier martial arts had a kind of transcendental spirit that the earth-tier martial arts did not have, and could actually avoid the pursuit of those half-step celestial realm masters. In addition to these 3 people, Yi Shiwen also discovered the silhouettes of the 3 experts of the Wang clan. They had formed a formidable matrix, and had joined hands to break through the suppression of that oppressive pressure. They had forcibly broken into the area of the initial stage of the heaven-grade martial arts. The 3 of them joined forces, as if there was some special way to resist that huge pressure. Yi Shiwen said, "Let's go in too." Us? Yi looked at Yi Shiwen with some doubts. He didn't know whether Yi Shiwen could go in or not, but he knew that he was a member of his own family. He knew that he had already reached his limit, and if he went any further, the pressure would rise to a whole new level in an instant, and he wouldn't be able to get close to it. He was also not the 3 people of the Wang family. Obviously, the 3 people of the Wang family had worked together for many years, and the matrix they formed could resist that huge pressure, so they could break into it. "Of course, you follow behind me," Yi Shiwen said, and took the lead, directly rushed into the area of heaven-tier martial arts, and sure enough, the pressure immediately rose to another level, and it could not be compared to the area of the top level of earth tier just now. This pressure almost crushed Yi Shiwen's body in an instant, and then Yi Shiwen's blood and qi instantly surged up, propping up a huge aura field, and that huge pressure instantly turned invisible. And the huge pressure that Yi felt the moment he rushed in also disappeared in an instant, and suddenly looked at Yi Shiwen with wide eyes. He could not believe it. How did Yi Shiwen do it? And when Yi Shiwen and Yi came in, it immediately attracted the attention of the 3 half-step celestial realm middle stage masters and the 3 people of the Wang family. Especially Yi Shiwen, he was only at the 7th level of the transcendence realm, but he could actually break through the barrier that many half-step celestial realm masters could not break through, and he actually easily broke through. Moreover, this was not the case of the 3 masters of the Wang family joining forces to resist, but it was clear that Yi Shiwen had easily broken through. If Yi Shiwen's defeat of a master at the initial stage of half-step celestial realm was not enough to make them loosen their guard, then being able to break through here made them have an intuitive understanding, because this kind of pressure could not be broken through by relying on strength. It was possible to break through with a very high realm comprehension. Especially the 3 top masters of the Wang family at this time, seeing the 2 people of the Yi family coming up, they all showed obvious hostility. Yi Shiwen did not care about these people's attention at all, and said, "Follow me closely." As he spoke, he took a step forward and rushed toward the brightest martial art in this area. Yi followed closely behind. The strength of the initial stage of half-step celestial being realm was fully displayed. Although it was not the best, but it must be said that it was still more powerful than most people. It was no problem for him to just follow behind Yi Shiwen. This martial arts had spirituality. Seeing Yi Shiwen directly rushing over, it actually wanted to turn into a stream of light to escape. Yi Shiwen directly shouted, directly grabbed out a huge dragon claw, directly grabbing towards that martial arts in the air. The speed of that martial arts escape was very fast, but how could it keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed, and was immediately caught by Yi Shiwen. At this time, a cold voice came from a distance. "Hide it! Let go of the martial arts in your hand!" Immediately after, a martial arts torrent blasted towards Yi Shiwen from the sky. Yi Shiwen's figure flashed repeatedly, and only then did he barely avoid the attack of this martial arts torrent. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he was furious. If his reaction was not fast enough or a little slower, he was just an ordinary master at the 7th level of law manifestation realm, and he would be directly blasted into pieces on the spot. What do you want? Before Yi Shiwen could speak, Yi had already shouted angrily, "Hand over the martial arts in your hand, and we will let you go." The leader of the 3 masters of the Wang family, dressed in black, looked like a young man in his 30s. At this time, his eyes were greedily staring at the martial arts in Yi Shiwen's hand. This martial arts had been coveted by them for a long time, but they could not catch up to this martial arts, and in the end, they could only give up. But now that this martial arts was caught by Yi Shiwen, they suddenly could not hold back and directly snatched it. "There are so many martial arts here. If you want, go and snatch it yourself." Yi Shiwen said with a sneer, "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. We see that your Yi family is considered a rich and powerful family for many years, so we give you some face. Don't be so shameless." At this time, among the 3 masters of the Wang family, a young man in purple clothes in his 20s shouted. The young man in a big red coat beside him also nodded repeatedly, as if he had Yi Shiwen in his grasp. Chapter 1291. Obviously, among these heaven-level initial stage martial arts, the one in Yi Shiwen's hand was not the best, but it was close. Originally, for them, being able to join forces to enter this area and grab a heaven-level initial stage martial arts was already a big deal. They did not dare to have any other hopes. However, the heaven-level martial arts were obviously much more cunning than they had originally expected. They had been trying to catch it until now, but they had not been able to catch it. How could they be like Yi Shiwen, casually catching the best martial arts? Originally, it was already good enough for them to come in, let alone have other thoughts. However, Yi Shiwen just happened to grab a heaven-level apex stage martial arts, which made them have thoughts that they should not have. If it were the other 3 half-step celestial realm middle stage masters who got it, they would not dare to have such thoughts at all. They would even have to worry if they would make a move on them. However, obviously, Yi Shiwen was not within the scope of their concerns. He was just a kid at the 7th level of the law phase realm. They were not that spider spirit. Besides, there were 3 of them, and they were enough to suppress him if they joined forces. "What if I don't hand it over?" Yi Shiwen said coldly. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." The young man in black said with a sneer, "If you want a good martial art, go and grab it yourself. How dare you covet our things? Has the Wang family fallen to this point?" Yi also said with a straight face. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had teamed up with Yi Shiwen. If it were him alone, facing 3 experts of the Wang family, he could only retreat. It was also impossible for him to defeat 3 experts of the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm. It was precisely because he had considered this situation that he wanted to join hands with Yi Shiwen. However, if it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, he wouldn't have been able to reach here. At most, he would have been stuck in the area of top-level Earth-level martial arts. At this time, the other 3 experts in the middle stage of the half-step celestial realm also turned their heads and looked over, with a slightly greedy expression on their faces. They were also very interested in this top-notch early celestial realm cultivation method, because even for them, it was very difficult to catch a martial art of this level, and it was even possible that they could not catch it at all. It would undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise if they could snatch it from Yi Shiwen's hands. In any case, they didn't have a good impression of these humans. Even the struggle between the Wang and the Yi clans was a dog-eat-dog affair for them. So, they could be the fishermen who benefited from it. Give me a straightforward answer. Are you going to give it or not? The black-robed youth said coldly. As for the red-clothed youth, he was even more concise. Give it up or die. Trash like you? Yi Shiwen sneered. Yi, you take this power technique and comprehend it first. I want to see how impolite they are. Yi Shiwen directly threw the martial art to Yi and faced the 3 people of the Wang clan alone. Yi was a little hesitant. If he brought Yi Shiwen, then he was not afraid of the 3 people of the Wang clan. 1 against 3 was not the same concept at all. If it was 1 against 3, he had no chance of winning at all. Although it was difficult for the Wong clan to hurt him, he would also have to give up the martial art he snatched. But if it was 1 against 3, then the situation was completely different. And now it was not him, but Yi Shiwen who had to face 3 people alone. He was still a little nervous, afraid that Yi Shiwen would not be a match for the 3 people of the Wong clan, and he would have to flee with him. "Don't worry, leave it to me. These trash can't do anything to me." Yi Shiwen saw Yi's nervousness at a glance, and also understood why he was nervous. Seeing Yi Shiwen say so, Yi also did not insist. He immediately sat cross-legged in the void and began to comprehend this martial art. When he calmed his mind and integrated his spirit into the martial art, a huge protective cover immediately appeared around him, wrapping him in it. After this martial art was captured by someone to comprehend, this kind of protective cover would immediately appear. It seemed to be to avoid being ambushed while comprehending it. Someone had done an experiment, and even a heaven-tier expert would not be able to break this protective cover unless they wanted to break it themselves. Otherwise, no matter how strong an expert was, they would not be able to break this protective cover. Seeing the scene in front of them, the 3 people of the Wong clan suddenly flew into a rage. Yi had already begun to comprehend. Unless he wanted to come out himself, otherwise, even they could not snatch the martial art again. This suddenly made them feel extremely depressed. Originally, they thought that Yi Shiwen and Yi would definitely not attack them for fear of harming the innocent. After all, from the looks of it, the 3 of them had formed an overwhelming suppression on them. This was a blatant disregard for them. Coupled with Yi Shiwen's previous words of trash, it completely stimulated their arrogant self-esteem. It seems that you really want to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You really are tired of living. The black-clothed youth could not bear it any more. Toast? Forfeit? I don't want to drink either. Yi Shiwen sneered. The blood in his body continued to surge. The golden divinities were boiling, like a golden god of war. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. The black-clothed youth instantly raised his fist and blasted it towards Yi Shiwen. Anger comes from the heart. The black-clothed youth's anger value was rising in a way that was visible to the naked eye. His whole body seemed to be on fire. The entire fist pressure swept over in an instant. This fist was fast and urgent. Yi Shiwen's vision blurred, and the black-clothed youth had already rushed over. Yi Shiwen, be careful. This set of fist technique is called Angry Emperor Fist. The more angry he is, the stronger the power. Even one punch can affect your mind, making you fall into a violent rage. Yi's warning voice came over. He had not completely devoted himself to the practice. He was still worried about Yi Shiwen's side. If Yi Shiwen had first joined forces with him to repel the 3 people of the Wong clan, then it would have been fine. But now Yi Shiwen had to face all of them by himself. He inevitably felt a little worried. Yi Shiwen sensed an angry emotion breaking into his divine sense in an instant, and was about to affect his divine sense. This was a vast emotion of anger, unexpectedly making people have a feeling of anger soaring to the sky. Heaven can be angry. Earth can be angry. People can be angry. Everything in this world was not pleasing to the eye, and the anger in his heart made him wish that he could destroy everything in front of him. But that was only for a moment. Just for a moment, soon the enlightened mind ancient tree, in Yi Shiwen's body, instantly emitted bursts of 7-colored light, firmly locking Yi Shiwen's spiritual awareness. This fist technique is good. It can actually affect people's mood, but unfortunately it has met the wrong person. Yi Shiwen sneered, also blasted out a fist, the shattered star fist. Countless stars' power circulated in his body. This martial technique was undoubtedly powerful. The most terrifying thing was that it could affect people's mood, making them more and more angry. If they couldn't defeat the opponent in a short time, perhaps they would be angered to death alive. But unfortunately, it encountered Yi Shiwen, a freak with the enlightened mind ancient tree. His mind was unchanged. Yi Shiwen's fist strength instantly broke through the endless anger covered in the angry emperor fist, instantly dispersed, and countless aura violently vibrated. Around Yi Shiwen's body, countless real elemental energy boiled, causing a violent resonance between the heaven and the earth. With a loud shout, he didn't retreat, instead, directly chasing the black-clothed youth. Yi Shiwen's fist momentum was like Mount Tai, heavy and urgent, very terrifying. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist momentum fiercely collided with the angry emperor fist. The black-clothed youth suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying, huge force fall directly on his body. He quickly withdrew his arm, but the force still fell on his body, and his face suddenly became strangely flushed. It was caused by the shock of Yi Shiwen's fist, and the blood in his body had surged up. This is impossible. The black-clothed youth saw that his angry emperor fist couldn't affect Yi Shiwen, and suddenly felt that it was inconceivable. The anger of this angry emperor fist, even a strong person, would certainly be affected by the anger. So far, there had never been such a person. Ordinary people, even if their will was very strong, would certainly be affected, although they could forcibly suppress it, more or less would still be affected. This was the most terrifying part of the angry emperor fist. It must be known that in a fight between experts, the slightest mistake could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles, and even a slight difference could lead to death on the spot. However, Yi Shiwen didn't seem to be affected by forcibly suppressing the anger. On the contrary, it seemed as if he wasn't affected at all. Is that all? It seems that it's just SOSO, nothing more. Yi Shiwen sneered. He suddenly waved his fist, and it suddenly turned into a sky full of stars, falling down like meteors. Uncontrollable anger. At this time, the black-clothed youth calmed down the boiling blood in his body, and once again blasted a fist towards Yi Shiwen. The majestic, angry emperor fist bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. Compared to the previous angry heartborn, this uncontrollable anger was even more inflated. But for Yi Shiwen, it didn't make any difference as long as it was an influence on the spiritual level. It would be directly blocked by the enlightening mind ancient tree. It wouldn't cause any threat to him. Boom! The fist momentum of both sides collided in midair and immediately swept out endless fist energy, sweeping out in all directions just like waves, circle after circle, layer after layer, and endless layers. Bang! The black-clothed youth was directly blasted away by Yi Shiwen on the spot. He simply couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's one move, or it could be said that the difference in strength between both sides was too great. If it was Yi Shiwen who had just entered the seventh heaven, he might still have the ability to fight, but against Yi Shiwen, who had comprehended the laws of the celestial being realm in a year, even though his realm didn't change, and his strength didn't seem to become much stronger, but his combat power had developed by leaps and bounds. Chapter 1292. It could be said that although Yi Shiwen had not yet stepped into the half-step celestial realm, in terms of aura, he was closer to the celestial realm masters than these half-step celestial realm masters, which was an advantage that they could not match. The black-clothed young man was blasted hundreds of miles away by Yi Shiwen before he stopped. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, he looked at Yi Shiwen with eyes full of horror and killing intent. He couldn't imagine how Yi Shiwen could be so strong. Not only was he not affected by anger at all, but it was also possible that he was not affected by anger. Some people had special instruments or cultivated special martial arts, such as ice attribute martial arts. They were born to be emotionless, but after all, they were a minority. Most people would still be affected, but this was not important. Even without the influence of anger, with his cultivation, it could be said that it was enough to be the existence of the half-step celestial realm early stage. He alone was enough to completely suppress the existence of Yi, so he was so confident, but he did not want to suffer a big loss in the hands of Yi Shiwen. And the battle in this area also attracted the attention of countless half-step celestial realm and law manifestation masters in another area. They just couldn't come over, but it was not that they couldn't see. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. especially the disciples of the Wong clan. They knew very well how powerful this black-clothed young man was. He was a famous existence among the younger generation. But after just taking a punch from Yi Shiwen, he was completely blasted away. Was this still the tyrannical master they knew? Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but feel shocked. And those half-step celestial realm masters, although they might not know the details of the black-clothed young man as well as those of the Wong family, they were not idiots. Just from the fact that these three people could rush into the area of heaven stage martial arts together, it could be seen that these three people were tyrannical. If it were them, even if they joined forces, there was no way to rush in, otherwise they would have rushed in long ago. However, Yi Shiwen in front of them seemed to be even more powerful and tyrannical. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to rush into that area so easily. Compared to the three people who had joined hands to rush in, Yi Shiwen was even more shocking. However, they didn't expect that the gap between them would be so big. They just thought that Yi Shiwen had relied on some special power technique. Yi Shiwen looked at the black-clothed youth, his expression unchanged. Although the black-clothed youth was already very tyrannical for many people, but for Yi Shiwen, who had fought against the precious cauldron demon beast, this was nothing, compared to the precious cauldron demon beast, who was once a celestial being expert. Their methods were still too tender. That battle had made Yi Shiwen undergo a complete transformation. It was as if he had been reborn overnight. Yi Shiwen was no longer the same as before. Although he might not be able to defeat those half-step celestial realm middle stage masters, it was not a problem for him to retreat unscathed. You're only at this level, yet you're still trying to rob others. Yi Shiwen's mouth twitched, and there was a somewhat disdainful sneer on his face. You're courting death. At this time, the other two experts of the Wong clan suddenly became angry. They thought that their companion could deal with Yi Shiwen, so they didn't attack him. However, they didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would cripple his companion in such a short time. This instantly made them unable to restrain their anger. At this time, the three people of the Wong clan roared again and again. Even the black-clothed man suppressed his injuries and joined forces to attack Yi Shiwen. The three people joined forces, and their momentum immediately rose several times. Yi Shiwen, who had always had an indifferent attitude, also showed a somewhat dignified expression on his face. However, it was only a little dignified. The three people joined forces to bombard Yi Shiwen, and the entire void shook crazily. Terrifying Tao marks instantly blasted out. It was mixed with supreme martial arts. Yi Shiwen immediately tore out countless golden lights with his hands, instantly breaking their fist momentum. Then he slapped down with his palm. It was unknown what kind of palm technique it was, but it had a very terrifying power. Boom! The four people fiercely collided in the void. The three people of the Wong clan were shocked by Yi Shiwen's power and retreated repeatedly. They couldn't even stand steadily. Yi Shiwen stood motionless in the void, and countless laws appeared behind him. There were 100 particularly thick laws that looked down on the crowd. The clothes on his body were fluttering, but there was no change at all. So scary. The three people of the Wong clan joined forces. I'm afraid even a master at the intermediate stage of the half-step celestial realm can barely resist, but they were directly sent flying by his palm. Look at his laws, such strong laws. He is just a kid at the 7th level of the law phase realm, but his laws are even more tyrannical than ours. A master at the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm had sharp eyes and saw that among the laws that flashed behind Yi Shiwen, there were actually 100 particularly tyrannical laws. The number of these 100 laws was not too much, but it was like a stabilizing force holding the other laws in place, making Yi Shiwen's strength undergo earth-shaking changes. Many people with sharp eyes saw this. At this time, they all had a feeling of a sudden realization. They could not imagine that Yi Shiwen, who was only a warrior at the 7th level of the law phase realm, could easily kill a master at the half-step celestial realm. This was not scientific. Now, all of this had a scientific explanation. He must have some changes that allowed his laws to advance by leaps and bounds, so he had this inhuman level of combat power. But they did not know that the reason why Yi Shiwen had this inhuman level of combat power was that these 100 laws only played catalytic role. And it was not all. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and rushed up again. There was only a sound like a gust of wind and thunder. Everyone's eyes were dazzled. And Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of the 3 people of the Wang clan who were bombarded and retreating. These 3 people had just regained their footing when they saw Yi Shiwen had rushed over again. They were suddenly shocked. At this time, how could they not know that this time they might have really kicked an iron plate? Yi Shiwen's strength was much more tyrannical than they had imagined. With the 3 of them joining forces, even a master at the intermediate level of the half-step celestial realm would not be defeated immediately. But in Yi Shiwen's hands, they were like little chicks, not an opponent at all. Although Yi Shiwen's strength could not compete with a master at the half-step celestial realm, for them, there was not much difference. At this time, the black-shirt young man's face was green and white. He thought of his rash action of fighting Yi Shiwen alone just now. Now the 3 of them joined forces and were suppressed by Yi Shiwen like this, not to mention him alone. At this time, he felt that it was really great to be able to keep his life. Brother, we admit defeat today. Let's forget about the grievances between us. How about it? At this time, the black-shirt young man said, with a look of unwillingness on his face, that top cultivation method of the early stage of the heaven level was lost. After all, he did not really get it, so naturally it could not be considered a loss. But something like face was really lost. Forget. A look of disdain appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. He shot out a palm, which turned into a cage that imprisoned the sky and instantly suppressed the 3 of them. You say you want to fight, and you say you want to end it? Sorry, I am not such a good-tempered beat asterisk. You can decide when to start, but when to end it, it is not up to you to decide. Do you really want to fall out with our Wang clan? The black-shirted young man quickly joined forces with the other 2 to launch a huge torrent, blocking Yi Shiwen's attack. Fall out with the Wang clan? So what? When Yi Shiwen did not care if he was alone, he might be a little afraid. But don't forget, behind him stood a behemoth like the Yi clan. In these years, although the Yi clan's speed of development was not as fast as the Wang clan's speed, it was still a powerful clan for many years, and its power was deeply rooted. Most importantly, with the relationship between the Yi clan and the Wang clan, even if the higher-ups knew about it, even if they did not say anything on the surface, they would be secretly happy. The Yi clan and the Wang clan, these 2 behemoths, could not directly start a war. So the direct manifestation of the strength of both sides was the fight between the younger generation, which directly reflected the changes in the strength of both sides. In these years, the Yi clan had been completely suppressed in this aspect, and at that time they would definitely feel that Yi Shiwen had helped them vent their resentment. The most important thing was, who did they think they were, including Yi Shiwen himself? In the eyes of many celestial being experts, they were just insignificant minions. Who did they think they were that the Wang clan would fall out with the Yi clan for the sake of the 3 of them? What a joke! What kind of ridiculous joke was this? Yi Shiwen's oppressive attacks continued to come, and all the air was blown up by him. Every punch, every kick contained supreme martial arts. Yi Shiwen's casual punch was mighty and mighty without any tricks at all. It was completely a straightforward attack, and if they could not block it, then there was no other way. The 3 of them knew that they could not block it, but in the face of Yi Shiwen's mighty attack, they had to block it, because if they were not careful, Yi Shiwen would kill them with 1 punch. So powerful! Yi, who was in the protective shield, could not help but tremble when he saw this scene, and his face revealed a somewhat incredulous expression. No wonder Yi Shiwen said it so easily before. He alone had completely suppressed the 3 people of the Wang clan. This person was too monstrous. For the Yi clan, it was simply a blessing from the heavens. Chapter 1293. Damn it! At this time, the three people of the Wang family were completely defeated by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had suppressed the three of them to this point. Their temper had almost been polished by Yi Shiwen. However, there was no way to stop. At this time, in this place, they had no other way. As Yi Shiwen said, they could decide when to start, but they could not decide when to end because Yi Shiwen would not give them such a chance. They could decide when to start, but when to end, it was in Yi Shiwen's hands. At present, it seemed that Yi Shiwen did not intend to end at all. His attacks were like a tide, constantly smashing down fiercely. He simply wanted to kill them all before he stopped. Yi Shiwen, do you really want to go all out here? The black-clothed young man shouted and asked. Among the three people, he was the strongest. However, he had been injured by Yi Shiwen previously. At this time, among the three people, he seemed to be the most exhausted. Anger comes from the heart. Uncontrollable anger, bristling with anger. The black-clothed young man constantly blasted out angry emperor fists, but Yi Shiwen casually waved and blocked all these attacks. So what? If my strength is not as good as you, will you let me go now? Yi Shiwen sneered and shouted. This time, not only the three people of the Wang family, but also the other onlookers suddenly became silent. Indeed, if it were them, how could they let the enemy go under the situation where they had an absolute advantage? Yi Shiwen, you forced us to do this. The black-clothed young man shouted and cursed through gritted teeth. The spiritual qi on his body fluctuated abnormally, as if it had been sucked out in an instant. All of it formed a huge torrent of anger in the sky above him. Tyrannical aura also erupted from the other two people, and they joined forces to bombard Yi Shiwen. These three people joined forces to attack Yi Shiwen, and all of them converged into a torrent. This time, they attacked with all their strength, without holding back. They could see Yi Shiwen's attitude. Yi Shiwen would never let them go. At this time, only by attacking with all their strength could they possibly defeat Yi Shiwen. Only then could they survive. This point was very clear to them. At this time, they did not dare to hold back. See if I don't break all of your pride. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly and took a step forward. Immediately, countless golden waves began to emerge under his feet. He actually stepped on the strange phenomenon of golden lotuses emerging from the ground. Yi Shiwen did not panic in the slightest in the face of the martial arts torrent of these three people. He spread his hands forward, and countless golden lights splashed from his fingertips. In front of him, a huge golden protective wall was quickly formed, protecting him behind it. Boom! That torrent of martial arts fiercely blasted on Yi Shiwen's golden protective wall. The huge impact quickly smashed on the golden protective wall and created countless ripples, which swept outwards in circles. However, such an attack still couldn't penetrate Yi Shiwen's golden protective wall. Yi Shiwen grabbed with both hands again, and countless golden lights tore out, forcibly grabbing and extinguishing this energy torrent in the air. Yi Shiwen blasted another punch, and directly blasted a huge star towards the three people. The three people were already doing their best. At this time, when they saw the star falling, they suddenly turned pale with fright. They could not help but close their eyes, and there was a look of unwillingness on their faces. They did not expect to die here. Boom! However, they saw a big hand grabbing out of the air, directly grabbing the star and smashing it on the spot. Everyone was stunned on the spot. They did not expect that someone would attack again. Yi Shiwen looked up, and it turned out to be the expert of the 100 Races Alliance. He had a horn on top of his head, like a rhinoceros horn, which showed that he was different from ordinary people. Unlike the Devil Race, which had remnants of their race's characteristics in their Dharmakaya, the Devil Race had remnants of their race's characteristics, and some of them had not been completely refined. However, this had little to do with strength. Some people naturally liked to leave some traces of their original body, and there were also some tyrannical races who were born with tyrannical bodies, which were extremely difficult to refine. For the devil race, refining the hyoid bone and possessing the same wisdom as humans, was the first obstacle on the road of cultivation. There were millions of living creatures and non-living creatures in this world, but there were very few who had the opportunity to refine the hyoid bone. Apart from that, it was to cultivate the innate Taoism aptitude, which was the Dharmakaya of the human race. At this time, it was necessary to refine all the traces of their race bit by bit, and as their cultivation became higher and higher, the traces of their race would become fewer and fewer. However, some races were naturally tyrannical, and the more tyrannical a race was, the more difficult it was to remove the traces of their race. Some would simply maintain their beast forms, and it did not matter at all. The 100 Races Alliance and the Devil Race were a completely different group. While they had their own peculiarities, such as the expert with a horn on his head before Yishuin, they were all born that way and did not evolve like the Devil Race. The experts of the 100 Races Alliance were not to be trifled with, and their forces were huge, just like the expert of the Jagu clan. The expert with a horn on his head was the expert of the one-horned clan of the 100 Races Alliance. While the 100 Races Alliance was known as the 100 Races, there were more than 100 races among them. It was just that the 100 races were nobles, and there were also the so-called 10 royal clans among them. According to ancient legends, the 100 Races Alliance once had a royal clan, but many years ago the royal clan of the 100 Races Alliance had disappeared, and no one had ever seen the royal clan of the 100 Races Alliance. Some people said that it was because the 10 royal clans had rebelled together one day and completely exterminated the royal clan. It should be known that the royal clan of the 100 Races Alliance had truly ruled the 100 Races Alliance back then, and was different from the royal court of the human race, which was in name but not in reality. The royal clan had truly ruled over an area. However, that was only a legend. Even the records in the ancient books were only recorded in the tone of a legend, and it was not a definite thing. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen could no longer stay silent. "What are you trying to do?" Yi Shiwen's eyes were fixed on the expert of the 100 Races Alliance, and he was wary that the expert might attack at any time. "I owe the Wang clan a favor, so I want to protect the 3 of them," the expert of the one-horned clan said, but his eyes glanced at Yi Shiwen. He did not look down on him. Yi Shiwen's battle prowess just now had given him a great shock. Although it was not enough to threaten him, Yi Shiwen was only at the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm, and he was already this powerful. His future achievements were practically limitless. Unless he could kill him on the spot, there would be endless trouble in the future. However, thinking about Yi Shiwen's battle prowess just now, perhaps defeating him would not be difficult, but killing him would be extremely difficult. Therefore, he had already given up on the idea of attacking Yi Shiwen. After all, everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was difficult to deal with. What was more frightening was the difficulty of advancing from the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm to the 8th level, or him, who was a half-step Celestial Realm intermediate stage, to advance to the late stage of the Celestial Realm. This was the answer that almost an idiot could come up with. Without a doubt, perhaps it would not be long before Yi Shiwen's battle prowess surpassed his. If he really angered Yi Shiwen at this time, the consequences in the future would be unimaginable. The 3 from the Wang clan were not really fools. It was just that they had thought that they could kill Yi Shiwen before. If they were given another chance, they would not dare to attack Yi Shiwen even if someone lent them more courage. But now it was too late for regrets. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes, seemingly thinking about the words of this one-horned clan expert. This one-horned clan expert was a half-step Celestial Realm intermediate stage expert. Yi Shiwen's battle prowess was enough to sweep away a half-step Celestial Realm initial stage expert, but he could not do anything to a half-step Celestial Realm intermediate stage expert. At most, he could put up a fight, but that was all. It was not the same thing as truly being able to contend with him, let alone defeat him. That would really be a fantasy story. If this one-horned clan expert was determined to protect the 3 from the Wang clan, Yishuan really could not do anything unless he used some kind of trump card. Otherwise, he really could not do anything to this one-horned clan expert. And most importantly, the inheritance of this martial arts tablet would obviously not be open all the time. Staying here for an extra minute would be a waste. Yi Shiwen considered the pros and cons and said this matter was caused by them from beginning to end. I'm not wrong about this, am I? That's right. That expert from the one-horn team didn't act pretentiously. From the beginning to the end, he had seen everything that had happened. This matter was indeed the fault of the 3 members of the Wang family. This was something that couldn't be helped. If the one-horn team won, who would be able to reason with them? But it just so happened that they lost, which led to the current situation. That being the case, brother, I will let them go if you attack me. However, I want each of them to hand over 5 billion spirit crystals. It will be considered as the price for their lives. How about it? Yi Shiwen stated his conditions. Since it was obvious that there was no way to deal with this one-horned clan expert, then he would exchange it for some practical benefits. What Yi Shiwen lacked the most right now were spirit crystals. The complexions of the 3 people of the Wang clan suddenly turned pale when they heard Yi Shiwen's conditions. 5 billion spirit crystals was almost all of their net worth. They weren't a prodigal son like Yi Shiwen. 5 billion spirit crystals was all of their net worth that they had accumulated for hundreds and thousands of years. If they gave all of it to Yi Shiwen, it would be like returning to their former glory overnight. Chapter 1294. At this time, the 3 of them looked very unsightly. They could either die or return to their former state overnight. This was a simple multiple-choice question. Any sane person would know how to choose. The 3 of them were not indecisive people, but this expert of the one-horned clan at the half-step celestial realm middle stage had given them great hope. If they could seek shelter from this expert of the one-horned clan, perhaps they would not need to pay this price to buy their lives. This was their lifetime wealth. If they could, why would they be willing to take out so many spirit crystals to buy their lives? But obviously, this expert of the one-horned clan had no intention of protecting them. Today, he had already offended an expert like Yi Shiwen, who had a promising future. If he allowed them to live as they wished, wouldn't he be offending Yi Shiwen to death? This was also what he was not willing to do. Facing such a guy with great potential who was also extremely difficult to kill, he was also not willing to offend Yi Shiwen to death. Moreover, he had saved the lives of these 3 people, so he had already done them a favor. Was there any greater favor than one's life? As for worldly possessions and the like, they were not within the scope of his protection. He had to find a way to appease Yi Shiwen's anger. This is fine. That expert of the one-horned clan betrayed the 3 people of the Wang clan. When the 3 people of the Wang clan heard this expert of the one-horned clan say so, their faces immediately turned ashen. But there was no other way. Yi Shiwen was watching them from afar. If they did not hand over the spirit crystals, they might be killed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. Although they also knew that with the protection of this expert of the one-horned clan, it was mostly impossible for Yi Shiwen to do it. But now that this expert of the one-horned clan was not willing to protect them, what else could they do? With 15 billion spirit crystals in hand, Yi Shiwen's wealth suddenly increased again. At least he had the wealth to comprehend this martial art. He did not need to worry that he would have to stop halfway. If that happened, it would be too much of a pity. After getting his hands on the spirit crystals, Yi Shiwen did not begin to grab a top-notch primary heaven level martial art in this area, as everyone had guessed. Instead, he continued to fly towards the intermediate heaven level martial art area. He can't be planning to fly to the intermediate heaven level martial art area, right? Many people couldn't help but feel strange when they saw Yi Shiwen's actions. Is Yi Shiwen really planning to fly to the middle level of the heaven level power technique? Even the 3 people of the Wang clan couldn't care less about their resentment towards Yi Shiwen. At this time, They were looking at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. It had to be known that the initial heaven rank cultivation technique area already required the three of them to work together in order to break through, and the middle heaven rank cultivation technique area was 10 times stronger than the initial heaven rank cultivation technique area. Even these three experts who were half a step into the celestial realm had no way of breaking through. Now, there was only one person there, and that was the human clan old man who was half a step into the celestial realm. The eyes of the people who hadn't started the deep-level closed-door training were all looking at Yi Shiwen. Even the ninth heaven transcendence realm experts were no exception. However, when Yi Shiwen arrived at the barrier of the intermediate level heaven level martial arts area, a powerful aura burst out from his body, directly creating a huge aura field, wrapping him in it. This aura field was no different from when he had rushed into the primary level heaven level martial arts area. Yi Shiwen didn't care about everyone's gazes. He didn't stop at all, but directly went to the deepest part of the intermediate heaven level martial art area. There, the human clan master of half a step into the celestial realm had just grabbed intermediate heaven level martial art at this time and was preparing to sit down to comprehend it. But he didn't expect to meet Yi Shiwen here. He looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise. Originally, according to his estimation, if there were no accidents among these warriors, no one should be able to advance here. Who knew that he would actually see Yi Shiwen here? He also had some impression of Yi Shiwen. After all, killing a spider spirit with one punch was definitely not something an ordinary person could do, and he was only at the seventh heaven of the transcendence realm. It was not conspicuous to kill anyone. In this treasure house where masters gathered, there were even celestial realm masters active in the deepest part. Killing a spider spirit of half a step into the early celestial realm was indeed nothing. But what really made everyone remember him was that he was just a kid at the seventh heaven of the transcendence realm. Originally, this kind of strength was just enough to enter the treasure house, and it was nothing at all. What was truly tyrannical was his strength. However, something even more shocking happened. Not only did Yi Shiwen not stop at the heaven-level intermediate-level martial arts area. On the contrary, he directly passed through the heaven-level intermediate-level martial arts area and continued to advance towards the heaven-level advanced-level martial arts area. Even the human clan old man of late stage of the celestial realm looked at Yi Shiwen in surprise, not daring to believe it. Could it be that he could really step into another region? Wasn't this too monstrous? Couldn't he feel the existence of this pressure at all? Even the masters of the Wang family hoped that he could stumble and make a fool of himself. But soon, Yi Shiwen disappointed them. Not only did Yi Shiwen not stumble, but on the contrary his qi and blood boiled, and he actually rushed through another area and rushed into the advanced heaven level martial art area. How is it possible? How did he do it? This is not scientific. He must have some kind of martial instrument that can resist this pressure. Otherwise, with his strength, how can he not be affected at all? I think it may be caused by practicing some martial arts. Yi Shiwen passed through several levels in a row, and it suddenly shocked countless people. They couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen could actually do this. Even the human clan old man of late stage of the celestial realm looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief at this time. Even he could not pass through the area. How could this kid pass through? He must have some kind of martial instrument on him. At this time, the old man also felt a little regretful. If he knew that Yi Shiwen had such a martial instrument, he should have captured him just now, and then obtained his martial instrument. Then, wouldn't he be able to get the advanced heaven level martial art area? Sure enough, as the old man expected, the advanced heaven level martial art area was only one area that Yi Shiwen went to, and not all of it. Soon, he directly entered the advanced heaven level martial art area as if there was no one else around. In this area, although it was unusually wide, there were only a few martial arts in total. But these martial arts were emitting dazzling light, shining brightly. If these martial arts were the sun in the sky, then the other martial arts were at most like the stars next to the sun, unable to compete with the brightness of the sun at all. Although for these people, Any martial art was a supreme martial art, and even the masters of the celestial realm would go crazy for it. These martial arts were all shining brightly, and there was little difference. But soon Yi Shiwen, who was calm and focused, quickly noticed that there was a martial art surrounded by several other martial arts, and it was obviously slightly stronger than the other martial arts. "It's you!" Without any hesitation, Yi Shiwen let out a loud shout and immediately stretched out his hand to grab the heaven-level top grade martial art. Just the early heaven-level martial art already had such a spiritual aura, not to mention these advanced heaven-level martial arts. If it was not suppressed by this special environment, it could even be said that it could directly transform into a monster, enough to be able to dominate the world. Just as Yi Shiwen made his move, he actually found that these martial arts instantly scattered, as if they could not be caught by Yi Shiwen at all. The speed was extremely fast, like a few meteors, instantly streaking across the sky. Yi Shiwen did not stop at all, and directly grabbed out with a big hand, grabbing towards the most advanced martial art that he had identified. Haha, really overestimating himself. Is advanced heaven-level martial art something that he can touch? Seeing that Yi Shiwen was defeated, those masters who could only watch from afar and could not even touch the advanced heaven-level martial art, all let out gloating voices. Yi Shiwen was supposed to be the weakest among them, but now he was able to stand above everyone. Even if he had extraordinary fighting prowess, it couldn't offset the jealousy of everyone, especially those experts of the Wang family. At this time, they were trying their best to slander Yi Shiwen. "What do you mean by overestimating yourself?" "I think the ones who are really overestimating themselves are your Wang clan, and you actually want to steal martial arts. You have kicked an iron plate, and all your wealth is gone. Now you should cry to death." Seeing that the people of the Wang clan actually said so, the people of the Yi clan were naturally unhappy at this time, and they all spoke up to defend Yi Shiwen. No matter what, at this time they were always in the same camp, not to mention that the other party was the Wang clan, the old enemy of the Yi clan for many years. The people of the Wang clan naturally did not want to be outdone at this time, and both sides suddenly quarreled, but they only quarreled and did not fight. Both sides knew that now there were not only their two clans present, but many people were watching the show, and they also did not want to be taken advantage of at this time. "Look, he actually caught up with it." At this time, someone exclaimed, and everyone's eyes returned to Yi Shiwen. But they saw that Yi Shiwen directly stepped out of the sky, full of golden light, and chased after the martial art that flew away. The speed of that martial art was extremely fast. In fact, it was so fast that many people couldn't even catch it with their naked eyes. However, Yi Shiwen was even faster. He chased after it in a few steps and caught it on the spot as if he knew where it was going to escape to. Chapter 1295. Yi Shiwen didn't seem to show too much of his speed, but he seemed to be able to predict its landing point every time. Every time it was just right in the area where Yi Shiwen couldn't escape. It was like he was herding a sheep. Little by little, Yi Shiwen figured out his thoughts. Then he finally made his move and grasped this martial art in his hands. This martial art struggled for a long time in Yi Shiwen's hands. Finally, it gave up struggling. Yi Shiwen used his divine sense to explore it. This was a finger technique. It was called Sky Severing Finger. This finger could cut off the sky. It was very terrifying, not to mention a human being. Being poked by the Sky Severing Finger on the spot would be a dead end. Even among these top-level martial arts of heaven level, this was the most top-notch existence. Yi Shiwen could roughly sweep through it. He found that the subtlety of this technique was not inferior to the great dragon capture power. Back then, his father, Yi Junshan, used the great dragon capturing skill to conquer the world. It was imaginable how powerful this martial art was. Now, the sky-severing finger could actually be compared with the great dragon capturing skill. It was enough to show the subtlety of the sky-severing finger. Among the many martial arts that Yi Shiwen had, except for the devil's wings, observing person scripture, Phoenix regeneration technique, Tyrant Body Technique, and a few other limited martial arts. The rest belonged to the top. Even the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron that he had learned before was only on par with it. Yi Shiwen had never learned the finger technique before, but it didn't matter. Anyway, his cultivation had reached this level. He would definitely be able to understand all kinds of martial arts at his fingertips. He was very satisfied. He didn't continue to pursue the remaining martial arts. He sat cross-legged in midair and began to comprehend the sky, severing finger. Initially, Yi Shiwen had been worried that he wouldn't be able to comprehend the sky, severing finger if he didn't have enough spirit crystals. However, he had suddenly become a nouveau riche now that he had 15 billion spirit crystals. So, he didn't need to worry about spirit crystals anymore. Those experts in the distance saw that Yi Shiwen had finally snatched a top-level martial technique, and they were somewhat envious, jealous, and hateful. Most of them could only linger around the earth-level martial techniques, but Yi Shiwen was actually able to reach the heaven-level top-level martial techniques and comprehend top-level martial techniques. Moreover, it seemed like he was only able to comprehend top-level martial techniques to such an extent. If a god-level martial technique had appeared here, then they would have doubted whether he would have dared to go and capture the god-level wuxi. This was also very possible. However, for them, Yi Shiwen's matter could only be regarded as entertainment. Whether Yi Shiwen succeeded or failed, it had nothing to do with them. Seeing that Yi Shiwen had already begun to comprehend martial arts, they immediately began to look for martial arts that they liked and began to comprehend. The sounds of chasing in the entire space became fewer and fewer. Gradually, it began to quiet down. Everyone began to comprehend martial arts. Even the 3 experts of the Wang clan at the initial stage of half-step celestial realm had also found suitable martial arts and began to comprehend them. Although they had been plundered by Yi Shiwen overnight, but they were different from Yi Shiwen. They didn't need to rely on the mysterious space to comprehend martial arts. So although they also needed to consume Lingqi, but it was far less terrifying than Yi Shiwen's. Even the consumption of spirit crystals couldn't catch up with Yi Shiwen's. Of course, their effects were also far from being comparable to Yi Shiwen's. Yi Shiwen had just begun to comprehend the seizing heavenly finger when he suddenly felt that the surrounding space had changed. He had already been enveloped by a huge cover. Yi Shiwen didn't mind. Anyway, he knew that apart from him who had relied on divinity to resist this coercion, no one else should be able to reach this place. After all, there were no real celestial realm experts here. With Yi Shiwen's continuous urging, countless spirit crystals in the Tianyuan mirror directly burned into a spirit qi long river, which was directly poured into the mysterious space. Inside the mysterious space, there was also a burst of colorful light. It almost illuminated Yi Shiwen's entire sea of consciousness. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible shadow of a huge ancient tree behind him. Fortunately, he was hiding in this protective cover. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause a sensation if someone saw him. He had too many secrets. In the true martial world, there weren't many people who could recognize the enlightening mind ancient tree. Yi Mo was an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. Otherwise, even if he had seen the enlightening mind ancient tree, he wouldn't have known its secrets. If people knew that he had the enlightening mind ancient tree, then even the celestial realm experts would frantically try to compete with him for the enlightening mind ancient tree. This was also a situation that Yi Shiwen was trying his best to avoid. Yi Shiwen had completely entered into the state of comprehension. All kinds of mysteries and essences of the seizing heavenly finger rushed into Yi Shiwen's mind like a stream of data and were branded in Yi Shiwen's soul. Yi Shiwen's current divine sense was like heaven and earth compared to his previous divine sense. So, it couldn't cause much of an impact to his divine sense, even if all kinds of mysteries and essences of the severing heavenly finger were to attack his divine sense. It was like a dam. No matter how big the waves were, they could not shake this dam. The sky-severing finger was divided into 5 forms. They were divided into the heaven-imprisoning form, the heaven-shaking form, the heaven-breaking form, the heaven-leveling form, and the heaven-severing form. There was a total of 5 moves, and any one of them possessed a terrifying might that could cause the heavens and the earth to change color. Any one of them was powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth, cause the stars to dim, and cause the sun and moon to lose their luster. When cultivated to the highest level, the power would definitely be terrifying. These 5 moves of the severing heavenly finger could not be practiced together. They could only be practiced separately. When comprehending this heaven-level martial art, Yi Shiwen appeared to be quite strenuous. Firstly, he was not good at finger techniques. There was a saying that if one understood it, then one would understand it all. However, he was not good at it. So he could not quickly master it like he did with sword techniques, saber techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and so on. Compared to the time when he practiced the great capturing dragon power, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. When practicing the great capturing dragon power, he was familiar with the field of palm techniques. In addition, the great capturing dragon power was the treasure of the Yi family of Loya City. There were also a lot of cultivation experiences left by his father, Yi Junshan, which he could use as reference. Coupled with the crazy burning of a large number of spirit crystals, it allowed him to practice the great capturing dragon power to the level of small accomplishment in a short period of 1 month. And to practice the severing heavenly finger, Yi Shiwen's first choice was to practice the heaven imprisoning technique. The others were just to memorize the key points of the overall practice. Yi Shiwen didn't know who arranged these martial arts and put them here. After Yi Shiwen used his divine sense to explore it, he suddenly felt that someone was in front of him, demonstrating this finger technique. With a casual point, a big hole would appear in the distant sky, and countless enemies would die in an instant. It was very terrifying. There was no way to practice all 5 moves at the same time, so Yi Shiwen could only choose to practice the heaven imprisoning technique. He constantly used the mysterious space to begin to deduce the various essences and mysteries of the heaven imprisoning technique. But what surprised Yi Shiwen the most was that the martial character that was dragged out in his sea of consciousness began to blossom with a huge light when he was constantly practicing the heaven imprisoning technique. This light shrouded his sea of consciousness and instantly made him understand a little bit, and it became even smoother when he was comprehending the severing heavenly finger. Time passed minute by minute as Yi Shiwen continued to comprehend the heaven imprisoning technique. And half a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen was in this dark place. However, he was extremely sensitive to the passage of time since he had cultivated to such an extent. This was also the precursor of touching the time law. Even though a long time had passed, there was no confusion in his mind. Yi Shiwen had finally practiced the heaven imprisoning technique to the small accomplishment realm in this half year's time. It seemed to be extremely fast, but he had consumed 5 billion spirit crystals in order to practice the heaven imprisoning technique. Even so, he could only practice the heaven imprisoning technique to the small accomplishment realm, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to practice it to the great accomplishment realm. And he also didn't know how many spirit crystals he would need to consume in order to practice it to the great accomplishment realm. It was unknown how many times more difficult it was compared to practicing the great capturing dragon power. Rumble! In the entire space, the violent vibration quickly pulled Yi Shiwen back from the deep level of comprehension. Yi Shiwen came to his senses. This land of inheritance was about to close, and they had to go out. After he finished his meditation, sure enough, in this space, many warriors began to fly out one after another. The entire space shook crazily, and those martial arts also slowly concealed themselves, including Yi Shiwen's imprisoning heavenly finger. It seemed as if they were waiting for the next opening, and the next batch of fated people would appear. Yi Shiwen immediately flew out with the crowd without any hesitation. Although he didn't unfold his devil's wings, his speed was still extremely fast. Soon, he surpassed most people and flew out of the martial arts tablet. A burst of dazzling sunlight directly hit them in the face. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be blinded on the spot. However, everyone here was a master of cultivation, so this bit of light was nothing at all. After everyone came out of the martial arts tablet, they quickly left one after another. Only the people of the Yi family were waiting outside the martial arts tablet. Obviously, they were waiting for Yi Shiwen. There was a bit of gratitude in their eyes when they looked at Yi Shiwen. They had all obtained great benefits because of Yi Shiwen. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen, they wouldn't have been able to obtain the later martial arts at all. There was a whole level difference between them. However, compared to Yi Shiwen, what they had obtained was nothing. Yi Shiwen had obtained a top-level heaven rank martial art. For them, it was simply a fantasy story. Chapter 1296. For them, a top-notch heaven-class martial art was something that they might never have the chance to touch in their lifetime. Yi Shiwen, thank you so much. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Yi stepped forward and said. The other experts of the Yi family nodded one after another. Obviously, it was the same. Yi Shiwen smiled. Although these warriors of the Yi family weren't considered top-notch experts, they were the mainstays of the Yi family. After all, those Heaven Realm experts were only there to serve as deterrents, and they couldn't come out often. To truly spread the prestige of the Yi family to the entire ancient Barrens continent, he still had to rely on these people. Connections and whatnot were built up bit by bit. It's just a small effort. It's nothing. No matter what, we will remember this kindness, Yi said with a smile. Do you have any plans to go next? Yi also had an idea. He wanted to act together with Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Shiwen's strength would allow them to explore many places if they were to join hands with him. The other experts of the Yi family were also a little tempted. With their strength at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm, they could only be considered mediocre in the entire treasure house. There were many places that they could not go at all. However, if Yi Shiwen and Yi could lead them, the situation would be completely different. I came together with Yi Qianshan, but we were separated some time ago. Now, I plan to go and meet up with her. Do you have any news? Yi Shiwen asked. Although this treasury was called a treasury, it was actually a huge world. After being separated from Yi Qianshan and the others, it was not easy to find them again. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was not easy for him to find them alone. However, these people represented a huge network of connections, so it was not certain that they would know. So you came together with Yi Qianshan. Yi suddenly understood. They were all geniuses of the same generation, so it was not surprising for them to appear together at this time. However, he mentioned before that they were separated. No wonder he was alone now. Thinking about it this way, it was not strange. However, these people did not have any news about Yi Qianshan, but they all agreed to help Yi Shiwen find out some information. Everyone saw that Yi Shiwen had no intention of staying with them, so they did not continue to stay. Instead, they dispersed in 2s and 3s. Yi Shiwen also quickly left this land of inheritance. This trip to the martial Dao tablet could be said to be full of profits. Just the sky severing finger alone was enough to make this trip worthwhile. It could even be said that his trip to the treasure house was not in vain after he had obtained the sky severing finger. Yi Shiwen didn't have any more extravagant requests. Now every step he took was solid. There was no news of Yi Qianshan for the time being. He had asked the experts of Yi clan to inquire about her, but there was no news of her. So he returned to the river and dived into it on the spot. The entire river was deathly still, and on the other side of the river was a river of blood. The cries of countless resentful spirits could be heard coming from the blood river, and there were also countless black shadows shuttling back and forth. It was unknown what kind of ghosts they were. Yi Shiwen was the only one at the bottom of the river, and no one else would come to disturb him. Yi Shiwen didn't release his divinity this time, but directly resisted it with his body. His body could be said to be full of sizzling sounds, and the corrosive river water began to corrode his body directly. At this time, Yi Shiwen was also constantly operating the tyrant body scripture, faintly absorbing the corrosive river water to cultivate. There was an extremely painful expression on his face. The river water was directly absorbed into his body, corroding the cells in his body at every moment. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. An ordinary person would have been directly corroded into a pile of bones by now. Yi Shiwen was barely able to resist it, but he was barely able to resist it. The severe pain made his complexion change, and his face turned deathly pale. His sweat had just overflowed, but it instantly evaporated and corroded into nothingness. He could only forcefully endure this terrifying corrosive water. Countless of his cells were destroyed in an instant and then rebuilt in an instant. Every time they were destroyed and rebuilt, his cells would become even more resilient. This was the natural reaction of the human body. Just like if a person broke a bone, the hardness of the bone would be much harder than before. This was the human body's instinct. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was still constantly operating the tyrant body scripture, and his body was almost constantly destroyed and reborn. Because his whole body was immersed in the corrosive water, and he was constantly absorbing the corrosive water, so there was not a part of his body that was not soaked in this corrosive water. This was the most terrible thing. At first, the severe pain made his face pale, but later, this pain made him numb, because there was not a part of his body that was not aching, and he felt that his body was going to collapse on the spot. However, under the corrosion of this corrosive water, the most fragile part of Yi Shiwen's body was the first to collapse and then reconstruct. The strength of his body faintly increased, and then it was torn apart, corroded, and reconstructed again. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time, because with his current cultivation of tyrant body scripture, not many people could injure him. In the past, only when his body had made great progress would he feel like this, but now his tyrant body scripture had already reached the 9th layer, and it could even be said that he had reached the limit, and it would be very difficult to go further. Although there was a legendary existence of the 10th layer, but even Yi Emo said that he didn't know whether Yi Shiwen would be able to push the tyrant body scripture to the 10th layer. Just by relying on his current body, Yi Shiwen was already able to compete with the dragon clan of the same level. And if he could enter the 10th layer, then he would even be able to contend with some of the gifted freaks of the dragon clan, and that would mean that his body had truly reached the pinnacle. Although he hadn't reached this level yet, but it was already very difficult to rely on natural practice. Therefore, this practice was extremely painful, and those consumed cells wouldn't reappear, which was equivalent to dying. A person's cells were limited in this lifetime. In other words, he was consuming his vitality and using his vitality as the price in exchange for the progress of his tyrant body scripture. But even so, Yi Shiwen was still very happy. Yi Shiwen's tyrant body was getting more and more tyrannical as it was constantly being torn apart and rebuilt. It wasn't much, but it was undoubtedly a big surprise for him since he hadn't made any progress in his tyrant body for a long time. He sat cross-legged at the bottom of the river, motionless. At this time, a burst of roaring sound came into his ears, and not far from him, a ghostly shadow was constantly roaring in the blood river, devouring those resentful souls and constantly opening its eyes, looking at Yi Shiwen not far from it with malicious intentions. Yi Shiwen coldly looked at these ghostly shadows, sneered, and said, "Truly a bunch of reckless fools!" Yi Shiwen immediately stood up and let the rotten water hit his body. Compared to the beginning, Yi Shiwen had adapted much more than a moment ago, because the cells in his body were constantly being destroyed and reconstructed and were much more tenacious than before, and had also automatically generated some factors to resist the corrosive river water. Originally, this kind of change would take many years of normal evolution, and several generations of creatures would be able to evolve and adapt to the changes in the environment. But Yi Shiwen was different. His martial arts practice was no longer that of an ordinary person, and these evolutions might take many years to achieve, but he had completed it in a short time. Although he had consumed a lot of vitality in exchange for it, Yi Shiwen also knew that as the resistance in his body became stronger and stronger, the effect of using this rotten water to practice would also become worse and worse, and eventually he would become like a creature that was born to live in this rotten water river, and the rotten water wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. This kind of change was something that even he couldn't stop. It was a biological instinct. If he used the spatial storms to cultivate, it would be the same. At that time, he would be like those creatures that lived in the spatial turbulence, able to live freely in the spatial turbulence. But fortunately, this would not happen so quickly. This rotten water was still enough to continuously strengthen the strength of his tyrant body for a considerable period of time. Yi Shiwen directly took a step forward after speaking, and those ghostly shadows only felt a blur in front of them, and Yi Shiwen had already rushed into the blood river. Although they were in the same river, the academic and the rotten water river were clearly separated, as if the water of a well didn't interfere with the river water. Or it could be said that these two completely different densities of water were not compatible at all, forming two completely different worlds. In the rotten water river was a dead world. Not even a blade of grass grew, and it was impossible for any living creature to survive. But in the blood river, it was like hell on earth, and countless resentful souls were crying and wailing in it. Yi Shiwen rushed into the blood river, and his powerful qi and blood not only attracted the attention of those ghostly shadows, but also those resentful souls also rushed up one after another, wailing and wailing. After many years, their spiritual wisdom had long been worn away without a trace, and at this time only their instincts were left. Seeing a living creature rushing in, they rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill. Yi Shiwen just snorted coldly, and his body instantly swayed, and countless resentful souls in the surroundings were shaken to ashes by Yi Shiwen's real yuan on the spot, and for a moment the area within a radius of hundreds of meters around him was cleared, leaving only the flowing blood river. But it was only for a moment, and immediately more resentful souls came to fill the gap. Chapter 1297. These resentful souls had long lost their consciousness, leaving only bloodthirsty instincts. The surging blood in Yi Shiwen's body made them like a cat-smelling fish, madly rushing over. Yi Shiwen's body glowed with a burst of bloody light. These resentful souls could not approach Yi Shiwen at all, and were swept away by Tianyuan Mirror on the spot, becoming nourishment for Tianyuan Mirror. However, there were too many resentful souls, and he did not know how many there were. These resentful souls did not give him any breathing space at all. These resentful souls were almost slaughtered by Yi Shiwen, but soon they gathered together. Countless resentful souls wailed and merged together, and actually merged into a huge head the size of a hill. Circles of strange aura exuded from its body. It was definitely not just a collection of these resentful souls. Yi Shiwen finally began to face it seriously, and immediately pointed his finger, imprisoning the heavens. With Yi Shiwen's shout, a huge finger appeared in the air. The finger flashed with countless esoteric laws, exuding a terrifying aura, as if the finger was going to imprison the sky. Boom! Yi Shiwen's imprisoning the heavens finger immediately went into it, and countless resentful souls were killed on the spot, turning into a cloud of green smoke. The Zhen Yuan within Yi Shiwen's body was instantly consumed by a small portion. Even if he had learned a heaven-level martial art, it would not be easy to use it. It was simply impossible for an average person to have such a profound skill like Yi Shiwen. The whole head was poked by Yi Shiwen's finger on the spot, and it almost collapsed on the spot. However, Yi Shiwen did not give them a chance to breathe, and directly grasped the great dragon capture technique on the spot, which turned into a monstrous dragon claw, and immediately grabbed these resentful souls to death. Yi Shiwen soon discovered that after he absorbed the energy of these resentful souls, it could actually enhance his spiritual cultivation. These resentful souls had been in this river for many years, and it could be said that their consciousness had long been obliterated. In addition to the resentment, they had become pure energy bodies, without any other impurities. After absorbing these resentful souls, his spiritual cultivation could actually improve a little at a speed visible to the naked eye. At his level, even the slightest bit of improvement was very rare. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to absorb it, because there was so much resentment within these vengeful spirits. If they absorbed too much, they might be haunted by the resentment, and in the end their minds would be affected, and they would become monsters like these ghosts in the water. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have such concerns. He had the protection of the enlightening mind ancient tree. So, any spiritual attack was nothing to him. It was impossible for it to affect him. Sure enough, as he absorbed these resentful souls, the resentment in these resentful souls was quickly defeated by the enlightening mind ancient tree on the spot. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen wantonly attacked. Every time he attacked, he could directly kill a large number of punks and absorb them. His spiritual cultivation actually began to rise continuously. The energy of each resentful soul might not be much, but the number of souls here was so large that it must be much larger than the resentful souls in many ancient battlefields. The quality was insufficient, but it was enough to make up for it with quantity. Yi Shiwen continued to attack tirelessly. Although the number of these resentful souls was large, they weren't truly inexhaustible. Soon, the resentful souls within the radius of thousands of miles were almost slaughtered by him. Moreover, the baleful aura emitted from his body had also scared away those resentful souls. Although they could only act based on their instincts, it was precisely because they could only rely on their instincts that they were much more sensitive and could feel the astonishing, baleful aura emanating from his body. Yi Shiwen saw that these resentful souls had been slaughtered, and no resentful souls dared to come over. So he stopped and sat cross-legged. He was just about to start his cultivation and eliminate the lingering resentment in his body. Although these resentments couldn't really affect him, but it was really outrageous. People who didn't know him would think that he was an old ghost, with such heavy resentment and ghostly energy around him. Yi Shiwen, trouble is coming. I'm afraid you can't rest. At this time Yi-Mo said coldly. Yi Shiwen looked up and saw countless strange, blood-colored crocodiles in the middle of the endless blood-colored river rushing towards him in an overwhelming manner. This kind of blood crocodile that lived in the blood river exuded a dangerous aura. Although it was not as tyrannical as those ghost shadows, and each one was at most at the 7th or 8th level of the law manifestation realm, it won in number. It was overwhelming. At least a few thousand of them were all attracted by Yi Shiwen. These blood crocodiles were probably formed by the river water and the evil aura. They were very terrifying. If an ordinary master at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm was targeted by them, it would be a dead end. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to neglect. Unlike the resentful souls just now, the resentful souls were just energy bodies without a physical body. In essence, it didn't pose too much of a threat to Yi Shiwen, who had the protection of the Mingxin ancient tree. But these blood crocodiles were different. They were enough to pose a huge threat to him. However, Yi Shiwen was not afraid. He screamed, and a huge cauldron appeared above his head. A light curtain hung down and wrapped him in it. It was the 8-treasure universe cauldron. Although Tianyuan mirror could do the same thing, there was some gap between it and the 8-treasure universe cauldron, which specialized in defense. With the 8-treasure universe cauldron as protection, Yi Shiwen had nothing to fear. Before he could rush over, these huge blood crocodiles had already rushed over and engulfed him. Dang! 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 These blood crocodiles hit the 8-treasure universe cauldron, but they were all bounced off without exception. Although Yi Shiwen still couldn't use the full power of the 8-treasure universe cauldron, it was after all a top-level heaven-grade magic weapon. Even if it only had a little function, it was enough to make Yi Shiwen's defense to a higher level. If he waited until he fully mastered the 8-treasure universe cauldron, This kind of attack not only couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen, but would also be shocked to death by the 8-treasure universe cauldron. Yi Shiwen had the 8-treasure universe cauldron to protect his body and the tyrant body to protect his body. Yi Shiwen had no scruples at all. He attacked again and again. He was not afraid of their surprise attack at all. Although the number of blood crocodiles was extremely huge, but for Yi Shiwen it was only a matter of time. After a short while, a wave of blood crocodiles was directly beheaded by Yi Shiwen and exploded into a mass of blood mist. After that, the Tianyuan mirror absorbed the blood mist. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. For waves, Yi Shiwen himself didn't know how many waves of monsters he had slaughtered. Among them were resentful spirits, blood crocodiles, ghost shadows, and many other unknown monsters. Yi Shiwen discovered that there were so many strange creatures in this blood river. It was far more than what he thought before. In other words, he was already convinced of the saying that what kind of environment could breed what kind of creatures. Not to mention other things, just in a law enforcement heavenly prison, such a terrible environment could give birth to such a terrifying bone beast. It could kill a celestial realm master with just its body. This was actually already against the natural order. Yi Shiwen dared to say that he couldn't do such a thing with just his body alone. At least in the case of the same level, he couldn't do such a thing. It could only be said that the world was big and full of strange things. Yi Shiwen didn't know how long he had been practicing in this blood river. He had completely immersed himself in it. During the day, he would practice his tyrant body in the rotten water river. At night, when these dark creatures in the blood river were the most active, he would rush in and slaughter them. He didn't know how long this river was, and he didn't know how many ferocious creatures were roaming freely in it. Yi Shiwen's range of activity had also gradually expanded. In just a month, his range of activity had unexpectedly expanded to thousands of miles. Don't underestimate this thousands of miles. If it was in other places, this range was really nothing. But in this extremely crowded river, this range was extremely extraordinary. Even during this period, Yi Shiwen had slaughtered more than a dozen kings of half-step, celestial realm early stage in one breath. Not to mention, once he directly encountered a top king of half-step, celestial realm middle stage. In that battle, Yi Shiwen could only fight and retreat. With the protection of the 8-treasure Cosmos Cauldron, that top ghost shadow king of half-step, celestial realm middle stage could not do anything to him. But his strength was also too far away, and there was no way to really do anything to this top ghost shadow king of half-step, celestial realm middle stage. However, with such a good opponent, Yi Shiwen, who had the 8-treasure Cosmos Cauldron and Tyrant Body, often found this top ghost shadow king of half-step, celestial realm middle stage. He regarded it as a very good training target. At first, this top-notch ghost shadow king was furious that Yi Shiwen dared to come to its door. It fought fiercely with Yi Shiwen, but in the end, it could only helplessly watch Yi Shiwen leave. But when Yi Shiwen came to find trouble with him every few days, he was already afraid of Yi Shiwen. Although Yi Shiwen could not do anything to him, the problem was that he could not do anything to Yi Shiwen either. In the end, he ran away when he saw Yi Shiwen, directly leaving the countless subjects in his territory and fled. He was really afraid of Yi Shiwen. Unless he was a real martial arts madman, otherwise, who could stand Yi Shiwen coming to challenge him all day long? This ghastly shadow king already had its own intelligence. It was different from ordinary ghastly shadows. Although it was brutal, it was not without intelligence. When Yi Shiwen once again felt that his cultivation had reached the limit of the 7th level of Law Phase Realm and wanted to break through on the spot and rush to the 8th level of Law Phase Realm in one fell swoop, he only noticed that another 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, Yi Shiwen lived a particularly fulfilling life. Every minute and every second was spent in crazy cultivation, and he did not stop at all. And at this time, a message talisman fell from the sky. Chapter 1298. A message talisman fell from the sky and fell directly into Yi Shiwen's hand. It was none other than a ninth heaven of the law manifestation realm expert from the Yi family's group. Yi Shiwen had asked them to inquire about Yi Qianqian's news. At this time there was finally news. According to the message talisman, Yi Qianqian and the others were now trapped in a canyon, surrounded by a group of sea race experts. They did not know the specific reason, but someone nearby received their distress signal. That was the Yi family's unique distress signal, so people knew about it. A big family like the Yi clan naturally had their own unique distress signal. Moreover, the Yi clan within a certain range could receive it. Apart from the Yi clan, no one else could receive it. This was also to prevent the Yi clan's enemies from receiving the message, and in the end, it would become one disaster after another. After knowing this news, Yi Shiwen immediately did not have the intention to go into closed-door training. He did not know how long this closed-door training would take. It could be a few months, a few years, or even longer. Even he himself could not estimate. At that time, it would be too late. Yi Shiwen immediately broke through the rotten water river without hesitation and rushed in the direction of the valley marked on the message talisman. Yi Shiwen didn't have any misgivings. He immediately unfolded his wind and thunder wings and flew high up in the clouds in order to not attract attention. Only when he felt that the air had become somewhat thin and that the hordes of treasure demons in the sky had been left behind by him, did he unfold his wind and thunder wings and rush over at full speed. Whoosh! 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 Yi Shiwen rarely opened his storm wings at full speed like this, because it was too shocking. Unless he was fleeing for his life, it was difficult to use it at full speed under normal circumstances. Although they were separated by half a world, Yi Shiwen rushed at full speed, and it only took him 1 day and 1 night to reach the vicinity of the valley. At this time, the vicinity of the valley had already been enveloped by a huge formation. It was full of killing intent, and many tyrannical figures were faintly discernible, tightly surrounding the entire valley. Yi Shiwen, there are many experts inside. Don't force your way in, Yi Mo warned. Yi Shiwen condensed the Zhenyuan in his eyes and directly opened his magic eyes. Suddenly, he saw through the layers of haze. This was a huge Zhen Yuan array. Moreover, it was a murderous Zhan Yuan array. This Zhan Yuan array was composed of 64 top-level Earth Step divine tools, although they were merely top-level Earth Step divine tools. But when combined together, they unexpectedly possessed the might of a Heaven Step divine tool. The valley was also protected by a formation. When the two formations collided in the sky, the violent collision caused the void to tremble. In the formation, there were about 100 experts standing around to protect the formation. They were all experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, and they weren't ordinary experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. They were experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, and every one of them was extraordinary. At the forefront of the formation, there were 12 experts at the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm, firmly suppressing the formation in the valley. Moreover, they were constantly breaking it. At the very top, there was also an expert at the intermediate stage of the half-step celestial realm standing in the sky, like a majestic statue. His aura was threatening, and he was above everyone else. This half-step celestial realm expert was middle-aged, and his face was covered with scales. Although Yi Shiwen didn't know which clan he was from, he had stayed in the Endless Sea for a long time, so he immediately felt that this was an expert of the Sea clan. In addition to the previous message talisman, Yi Qianqian and the others were indeed trapped by a Sea clan expert. It seemed that the situation was not good. If it weren't for the great formation in the valley, it would have been broken by now. Facing a group of people at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, and even 12 experts at the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm and 1 expert at the intermediate stage of the half-step celestial realm, Yi Shiwen knew that Yi Qianqian and the others would have no way to resist such a lineup. Yi Shiwen was not the only one who noticed the strange phenomenon here. These Sea Clan experts went to great lengths to surround the entire valley, alarming many experts nearby. There were at least hundreds of people in the sky. There were more than 10 to 20 experts in the early stage of the half-step transcendence realm. Not to mention, there were also some experts in the intermediate stage of the half-step transcendence realm. However, these people were still watching from the outside and did not choose to act rashly because the situation was still unclear. Rushing out at this time was the stupidest thing to do. As long as one had a little brain, they would not choose to do so. As the saying went, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. However, it was obvious that these Sea Clan experts were not ordinary people. If they wanted to be the fishermen, they had to have a good mouth. Compared to these Sea Clan experts, Yi Qianqian and the others who were trapped were not simple. During this time, Yi Shiwen did not know what kind of fortuitous encounters they had. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw that their figures were faintly discernible in the formation. From time to time, they would appear to interfere with the experts at the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm, lest they break the formation directly. These people had actually stepped into the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm. The only one who had not yet stepped into the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm was Yi Zhilan. However, Yi Zhilan relied on a pair of heaven-level instruments to fight against the experts at the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm effortlessly. The ease with which she fought was only inferior to Yi Feng. Among these people, Yi Feng's cultivation was the most profound. He had probably already stepped into the peak of the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm. As long as there was another opportunity or another closed-door training, it would not be a problem for him to finally step into the intermediate stage of the half-step celestial realm. However, what really made Yi Shiwen feel a little strange was that he did not see Yi Qianqian. It was reasonable to say that Yi Qianqian was the most powerful among these people. Yi Feng had already stepped into the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm. Maybe she had already stepped into the intermediate stage of the half-step celestial realm. Yi Shiwen did not doubt this. Those who entered the treasure house also had their own fortuitous encounters. During this time, he could first obtain the 8 treasures Heaven and Earth Cauldron, and then obtain the inheritance of the sky severing finger. It would not be strange for others to have fortuitous encounters, or it could be said that this itself was normal. Now, although the Sea Clan experts outside were constantly pressuring, Yi Feng and the others had not shown any signs of being unable to withstand it. This also made Yi Shiwen slightly relax. No matter what, it seemed that nothing had happened, which was good. At this time, many people around whispered into Yi Shiwen's ears, "Who the hell is surrounding here?" These Sea Clan experts actually went through so much trouble and made such a big fuss? A newcomer asked puzzledly, "The people who are surrounded here are the experts of the powerful Yi clan of the human clan. I heard that in this valley there seems to be some kind of treasure, but the Yi clan people got it first. Now these Sea Clan experts are not willing to give up and want to break the formation to rush in and snatch the treasure. What kind of treasure is inside, actually making the Yi clan and these Sea Clan experts fight here?" So many experts of the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm gathered here. This line up the scale? TSK. On the Yi clan side, it is said that Yi Qianqian, the proud daughter of the Yi clan, who has risen in fame in recent years, is also said to be a fairy-like beauty. I don't know how many experts have fallen for her. Especially, you see, among the Yi clan's group, there are also demon clan and human clan experts from other places, all of whom are admirers of Yi Qianqian. This woman is not ordinary. The Sea Clan is not ordinary either. Their backer is Tung Tongtian, who has risen in fame in recent years. They are all Tung Tongtian's subordinates. It is said that they are also under Tung Tongtian's order to take away the treasure here, but unexpectedly, the Yi Clan people got it first. Tell me, if you were in their shoes, wouldn't you be angry? This is nothing. The so-called treasure belongs to the fated. Since the Yi clan got it first, it means that it must be fated with Yi Qianqian. Someone said, compared to Tung Tong Tian, everyone was naturally more willing to stand on the side of the famous Yi Qianqian. In any case, she was also a great beauty. But what do you mean by fated? In this world, whether it is treasures or beauties, they all belong to those who are capable. Whoever has the bigger fist gets it. Someone said disdainfully. Many people next to him nodded in agreement. Only 3-year-old children would believe in fated people. These were the best in martial arts cultivation. Every step they took was extremely difficult. They were all fighting against the heavens, against the earth, against people. The only thing they believed in now was the law of the jungle. Whoever had the bigger fist was right. Although there was no such thing as the truth was within the range of the canon, there were similar words. Yi Shiwen gradually listened. It turned out that this was the reason. He had heard from Yi Qianqian before that she came to the treasure house for one of the treasures, which could allow her to enter the half-step celestial realm with 100% certainty and accelerate her cultivation. Now that Yi Feng and others had entered the half-step celestial realm, presumably Yi Qianqian's realm would only be higher. Presumably, she had also succeeded. It was just that she did not have time to return to the carriage. Otherwise, she would not have provoked such a strong enemy. However, this kind of siege cannot continue forever. I don't believe that these people did not send out a distress signal. Presumably, if there are Yi clan experts nearby, they should be here soon. Sigh, speaking of which, the disciples of these big forces are good. When the young ones are beaten, the old ones come out. It is simply impossible to guard against them. Chapter 1299. Yi Shiwen was deeply convinced. At this time he was afraid that the younger generation of Yi clan had already received the distress message. However, whether they would come or not was another matter. There were so many factions in Yi clan, and not all of them had harmonious relations with each other. Even if they came, it was another matter whether they showed up or not. Everyone had seen the huge formation of these Sea clan masters. If they did not have tyrannical strength, how would they dare to make a move? Of course, if a Yi clan celestial realm master happened to pass by and receive the message, then the result would be hard to say. With the tyrannical strength of a celestial realm master, he could directly suppress all these Sea clan masters. But now the celestial realm masters had entered the depths of the treasure house. Even the half-step celestial realm masters and many half-step celestial realm masters had rushed to the depths of the treasure house. The real big fish was inside. Therefore, at this time there were only experts at the early stage of half-step celestial realm and some at the intermediate stage of half-step celestial realm. As for the experts at the law manifestation realm, they didn't even dare to think about it. It was not a world that they could run freely in. If they were not careful, just the aftermath of the battle between the experts could shock them to death. So Yi Shiwen quickly judged that these Sea clan masters would not continue to besiege them like this. As the saying goes, a long night is fraught with trouble. Sure enough, in Yi Shiwen's eyes, the half-step celestial realm master in the sky, after seeing that the half-step celestial realm masters in the early stage could not suppress Yi Qianqian and her group, actually wanted to make a move himself. Boom! A huge handprint slammed down from the sky, and the formation in the valley was shaken continuously. Ting Yang, you old dog, you bully us like this now. We will repay you in the future. At this time, Yi Feng's figure appeared from the formation, and he said in a rather disheveled manner, "Just now, the attack from Ting Yang, an expert half a step into the celestial realm, made him quite disheveled, even though it was separated by the formation. If it was not for the formation that absorbed most of the force, he was afraid that he would not be as simple as being embarrassed. That's right, that's right. When Sister Qianqian comes out, you will be in trouble." Yi Zhilan also said, although she was facing a half-step celestial realm master, she did not show the slightest bit of fear. "Have come out? Can you wait?" Ting said with a sneer. Ting, don't be too arrogant. Our Yi clan has sent many experts this time. You won't have a good ending if you keep acting like this. Yi Yunming's petite body emerged from the formation and said. Yan Feiyang said calmly, as long as we hold on until Qian comes out, Ting will not be able to deal with us. Yan Feiyang said calmly. Yan Feiyang had become less frivolous and more composed during this period of time. Yi Shiwen had a whole new level of respect for him. After not seeing each other for a period of time, it was clear that not only did everyone's strength increase, but their mental states also seemed to have improved significantly. Tung Yang did not take their threats to heart at all. Although the people behind the Yi clan were not to be trifled with, he also had the support of the Si clan's Tung clan. He was also attached to Ting Tong Tian, so he was not afraid at all. Yi clan members. Yi clans not. Yi, Yang, Yi. They were in. However, he was also very clear that if he continued like this, the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. If some big shot from the Yi clan received the news and rushed over, it would be really bad. Everyone listened to my command. Break this formation. Tung Yang said with his eyes narrowed. He saw very clearly that the only thing the Yi clan could rely on was this formation. Once the formation was broken, defeating them would only be a matter of minutes. In terms of the number of masters half a step into the heaven realm, they also had more masters half a step into the heaven realm, and with him a master in the middle stage of the heaven realm. There was almost no pressure. Yi Feng and the others revealed anxious expressions. Their biggest guarantee was this formation. If the formation was broken and Yi Qian had not come out, they would be in great danger. Even if they joined hands, they might not be a match for Tung Yang. Furthermore, there was a layer of killing formation outside. Even if they wanted to escape, it would be difficult. When that time came, it would be too late. With Tung Yang personally taking action, the formation in the valley was starting to be in a precarious situation. If this continued, the entire formation would be broken in less than a quarter of an hour. Previously, when it collided with the killing array, a lot of it had already shattered. Now it was even more vulnerable. Once the killing formation was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Shiwen, who wanted to wait a little longer, couldn't wait anymore. No, I have to make a move. If I make a move now, there's still hope. If I wait until they break through the formation, then it's really over. At that time, with the killing formation outside and these experts inside, it's possible that none of us will be able to escape. Now that I have this formation, I can at least resist the killing formation. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen made a move. Crash! Accompanied by a loud sound of wind and thunder, a figure wrapped in the power of wind and thunder rushed into the killing formation. As soon as he rushed into the killing formation, Yi Shiwen immediately noticed that the entire killing formation seemed to have rushed into something strange. It was instantly activated and rushed towards Hong. In the sky, countless energy condensed into swords, spears, swords, and halberds. 18 kinds of weapons slashed down toward Yi Shiwen. Any one of them could easily blow up a Transcendence realm master on the spot. The power could not be underestimated. Even a master in the early stage of the celestial realm would be seriously injured if hit by so many energy weapons, or even killed directly. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate and immediately took out the octagonal treasure cauldron and placed it above his head. Dang! 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 These energy weapons directly hit the octagonal treasure cauldron, but there was no way to break the defense of the octagonal treasure cauldron. It could only be directly shaken away, making dang sounds. Who is it? At this time, the Si clan masters finally reacted. Someone had broken in. Swish! A master at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm did not have time to react. Suddenly, there was a big hand on his neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. His neck was directly broken by Yi Shiwen, and he died on the spot. Bastard! Tang Yang was furious when he saw one of his men's neck being broken on the spot as if he had been provoked. But Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. Swish, poochie, swish, poochie. Every time Yi Shiwen made a move, a master at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm would be directly killed on the spot. Yi Shiwen's efficiency was so high that it was terrifying. Almost in a moment, more than a dozen masters at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm were killed. Although such a loss was not considered a serious injury, it was definitely a serious loss. After all, it was not easy to cultivate a master at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. It might take hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years to cultivate, but it only took a moment to be killed. Yi Shiwen's arrival quickly caused a commotion. The death of these masters at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm might not be obvious at this time, but the operation of the entire killing array had been affected. This was because the entire array needed someone to preside over it. The death of these people directly affected the operation of the killing array. A fortress was the easiest to break from the inside. Yi Feng and the others could not do anything about this array, but they were easily affected by Yi Shiwen from the inside. The chaos inside this killing array quickly attracted the attention of Yi Feng and the others. Although they could only see golden flashes accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, traveling with Yi Shiwen was enough for them to understand Yi Shiwen's fighting style. This was Yi Shiwen's fighting style. They were immediately surprised. Yi Shiwen had been missing for a long time. Sometimes they even pessimistically thought that Yi Shiwen might be dead. Otherwise, how could there be no news for such a long time? At that time, Jinhai Lu's practitioner gave them too much pressure. For them, who had not yet stepped into the half-step celestial realm, he was definitely a life and death enemy. At that time, Yi Shiwen took the initiative to lure him away. They did not say anything, but they were very grateful to Yi Shiwen. It's the braggart king. He's not dead. That's great. It's Yi Shiwen. It's that guy. He has become stronger again. Previously, he was only at the 6th level of the law manifestation realm. Now he has actually stepped into the 7th level. At this time, there was a hint of surprise on everyone's faces. No matter what, at this time, with every additional combat power, they also had more hope of defending, although they knew that this hope might not be very big. The main point was still Ting Yang, a half-step celestial realm middle stage master. He alone was enough to suppress all directions. As for the others, they were not so worried. This was also the reason why they could confront the Sea clan masters until now. On one hand, they did not want to have too many casualties and wanted to take down the Yi family with the least casualties. On the other hand, Ting Yang did not make a move. Otherwise, they would have collapsed a long time ago. What is he doing? Why is he not coming in? Yi Yunming saw that Yi Shiwen was still fighting outside and suddenly exclaimed. In their opinion, it was not easy for Yi Shiwen to successfully stir up such a big disturbance inside. At that time, it would be impossible for him to compete with these Sea clan masters. Even they could not do it. How could Yi Shiwen, a kid at the 7th level of the law manifestation realm, do it? It's you, kid. Die. At this time, a familiar scolding came from behind Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1300. It's you, boy, come and die. At this time, a familiar scolding voice came from behind Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't need to look back. His divine thoughts had already spread out. This person was none other than Golden Sea Lu's practitioner, who had forced Yi Shiwen to escape into the Rotten Water River. Yi Shiwen didn't pay too much attention just now, but he didn't expect that among the masters besieging Yi Qianshan's group, there was actually Golden Sea Lu's practitioner hiding among them. When Golden Sea Lu's practitioner saw Yi Shiwen, he was also abnormally surprised because he had watched Yi Shiwen fall into the Rotten Water River. According to his estimation, no matter what methods Yi Shiwen had, he would have long been completely corroded. Moreover, he was beaten down by him and was still in a seriously injured state. How could he have survived? If it was him, he would also have died tragically. Although he was abnormally shocked, he didn't hold back at all. Immediately, countless golden waves hit towards Yi Shiwen on the spot. "It's good that you didn't die. Then let me personally kill you." Golden Sea Loose practitioner's eyes flashed with an unusually fierce look. Being injured by Yi Shiwen before, in his opinion, was simply a great shame and humiliation. He, a half-step Heaven Realm Master, was actually injured by a Transcendence Realm Master. If this got out, where would he put his face? And the best way to wash away this humiliation was to personally kill him. Dang! 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 Countless golden waves hit the octagon cauldron above Yi Shiwen's head. No matter how much strength he used, there was no way to penetrate the octagon cauldron. He couldn't even leave a mark on it. Golden Sea Loose practitioner finally realized that something was wrong. Previously, Yi Shiwen didn't have this kind of method, and now this octagon cauldron was a bit too strong. He actually couldn't penetrate it? Could it be that this was another rare treasure? Thinking of this, a somewhat greedy look flashed in his eyes. This kind of rare treasure that could defend against his own attacks for him was very attractive. Yi Shiwen also keenly captured this greed of Golden Sea Loose practitioner and couldn't help but sneer. Still so greedy, even at death's door, really seeking death. "Kid, what kind of treasure is this? As long as you hand over this treasure, I will make the decision today and leave your corpse intact." At this time, Golden Sea Loose practitioner opened his mouth and said, "Leave my corpse intact? Do you think an old dog like you is qualified to talk to me?" Yi Shiwen sneered again and again. Just when Golden Sea Loose cultivator was still speculating about the 8 treasures universe cauldron, Yi Shiwen finally made his move. A big hand stretched out in the air and directly grabbed towards Golden Sea Loose cultivator. Jin Hai Loose practitioner was startled and angry at the same time. He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would actually not give him any face, and most importantly, he actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. Although Yi Shiwen dared to stay and stall him before, but in fact he was constantly defending and dodging. He was far less aggressive than this time. "You're really courting death. You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin." Jinhai Loose cultivator grabbed with his big hand, and a golden light appeared in his hand. It transformed into a golden sword in the sky and directly fell down towards Yi Shiwen. If it was an ordinary law phase realm expert, he would probably be killed with a single slash. It was confronting Yi Shiwen's big hand. These golden swords slashed into Yi Shiwen's big hand and exploded on the spot. Boom! 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 After a series of loud explosions, the countless spirit chi slowly calmed down. Everyone could clearly see what was happening on the scene, and they couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded, because Golden Sea Loose practitioner's attack was completely unable to do anything to Yi Shiwen's big hand. It didn't even break through his defense. Although those golden swords directly exploded on the spot, it didn't cause the slightest change to him. It was as if there was no change at all. During this period of time, it seems like you haven't made any progress. No wonder you only have such a little cultivation at such an old age. You've really lived like a dog. Yi Shiwen sneered and said sarcastically, all of this was Yi Shiwen's fault. If it were not for Yi Shiwen, how could he have been injured? Over the past year or so, he had spent most of his time recuperating, and it was not easy for him to recover to his peak. Compared to a year or so ago, he naturally did not make much progress. But compared to a half-step Heaven Realm expert who easily had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, 1 or 2 years, or even 100 or 200 years, without any progress was considered a very long time, and was not enough to make a fuss about. It was originally a very normal thing, but Yi Shiwen made it sound like he was incompetent. Otherwise, how could he not have made any progress at all? He was extremely shocked because, during this time, although his cultivation did not make much progress, his foundation was still there. After all, he was a top expert half a step into the celestial realm. More than a year ago, he was enough to completely suppress Yi Shiwen. Although he was accidentally injured by Yi Shiwen, overall, he still completely suppressed Yi Shiwen. In the end, Yi Shiwen was also beaten into the Rotten Water River by him. But now only more than a year had passed, and Yi Shiwen had actually grown to such a level that even he couldn't suppress Yi Shiwen. This attack actually had the feeling of being equal. The other half-step Heaven Realm experts had also reacted at this time, but they didn't have any intention of going forward. In their eyes, although Yi Shiwen was a bit hateful, Jin Hai's loose practitioner was enough to deal with him. He was a half-step Heaven Realm expert. If he couldn't deal with a mere 7th level of Transcendence Realm kid, then he should really go hang himself. Attack with all your strength. Let Jin Hai deal with this kid. We'll attack with all our strength and break this matrix. At that time, this kid won't be able to escape. We'll all die today. Tingyang said coldly. He knew that he had already offended these future geniuses of the Yi clan, so he didn't care about offending them a bit more. Now, the longer it dragged on, the more likely it would cause trouble. He couldn't tolerate anyone ruining his plan. Boom! 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 Once Tingyang attacked with all his strength, the matrix that protected the entire valley also began to be in danger. We also have to attack with all our strength. It's very tiring to guard this place. If this matrix is broken, none of us will be able to escape. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and shouted. Seeing Yi Shiwen fighting in the distance, it directly ignited their hot blood. Yi Feng's tyrannical qi and blood began to boil, and his strength instantly rose to the peak level. And the others also couldn't care so much. One by one, they burned their qi and raised their combat strength to the peak state to deal with Tingyang's continuous attacks. But even so, there was a huge gap between their strength and Tingyang's, and they were still constantly being suppressed by Tingyang. It seemed that the entire matrix would be broken in no time. At this time, Yi Shiwen also began to be slightly anxious. If the matrix was broken, then the consequences would be unimaginable. I must stop Tingyang. Immediately, Yi Shiwen flew in the direction of Tingyang. Kid, your opponent is me. At this time, Jin Hai loose practitioner stepped on a golden wave, holding a long sword horizontally in front of Yi Shiwen, and said coldly, Get out of my way. Don't seek your own death. Yi Shiwen sneered. What did you say? Jin Hai loose practitioner's face turned red. He was completely angered to death by Yi Shiwen. He was a dignified master of the initial stage of half-step celestial realm. No matter where he went, he would not be regarded as a small character. But Yi Shiwen actually looked down on him again and again. This made him feel that not only was he bristling with anger, he was simply unable to restrain his anger. Shwa! A sword light appeared above Jin Hai, loose practitioner's head. Immediately after, that sword light split into countless sword lights, transforming into a long river, instantly bombarding towards Yi Shiwen. Lustrous brilliance. You actually want to compete with the bright moon. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. Both of his hands directly tore out countless dazzling golden lights. That long river of sword light was actually directly torn apart by Yi Shiwen's bare hands. Watching this scene from afar, the eyes of countless warriors who were watching covetously almost popped out. They completely did not dare to imagine that someone's physical body could be tyrannical to such an extent that he could barehandedly tear apart the entire sword principal river on the spot. One by one, they sucked in a breath of cold air, stunned on the spot. This Yi Shiwen was simply tyrannical. It was no wonder that he dared to charge into the killing matrix alone. This in itself was not something that ordinary people would dare to do. But an even more astonishing scene was yet to come. After Yi Shiwen directly tore apart those sword lights, his figure was accompanied by countless sounds of wind and thunder, instantly rushing in front of Jin Hai loose practitioner. I originally didn't want to kill you so early, but since you're looking for death, then don't blame me. His speed was too fast. Jin Hai, loose practitioner, only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and Yi Shiwen had actually already rushed in front of him. He had fought with Yi Shiwen once before. Although in the end, in his opinion, Yi Shiwen was already dead, but Yi Shiwen's speed still left a considerable impression on him. Therefore, this time when they fought again, he was actually already prepared. But he still underestimated Yi Shiwen's speed. In other words, when Yi Shiwen was fighting with him, Yi Shiwen did not use his full strength at all. Yi Shiwen had only accelerated a little, and it was already completely out of his expectations. Just such a moment of negligence was enough to cause a fatal mistake. A long sword condensed from the power of wind and thunder directly penetrated through his body. Pucci! A huge splash of blood instantly sprayed out. His eyes were wide open, and he could only feel the life force in his body beginning to rapidly drain away. In almost a few breaths, he felt that his body's functions had all been sucked away by the sword. Pucci! Another burst of blood splashed out. The long sword was directly pulled out by Yi Shiwen, and the tip of the sword was still dripping with blood. Yi Shiwen directly held the long sword in the void, and directly pounced towards Tingyang. Chapter 1301. Yi Shiwen completely killed him with one sword, which gave everyone a great shock, especially among the onlookers. There were many half-step Celestial Realm Masters, and even some half-step Celestial Realm Middle Stage Masters. When they really saw this sword, their faces showed a rare, dignified look. Perhaps Yi Shiwen did not really show any great martial arts in that sword, but his speed alone was enough to make many people tremble in fear. Advancing the realm required a very deep understanding of the realm, but killing people only needed to reach the extreme in a certain point. Yi Shiwen's speed was so fast that Jin Hai-Lus could kill him with one sword before he could react. What realm, what martial arts understanding at this moment all became fleeting clouds. It was nothing at all. It became a ridiculous joke. These people could really see through the surface of things to see the essence. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast, so fast that no one could react. Those experts in the initial stage of the half-step Celestial Realm absolutely did not expect that in front of Yi Shiwen, Jin Hai's loose practitioner would actually be so vulnerable. It was just one move, and he was directly killed by Yi Shiwen. When they reacted, it was already too late. Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of one of the half-step Celestial Realm early step Celestial Realm Masters, and the golden long sword drew a long mighty light in the void. Pucci! A half-step Celestial Realm early step Celestial Realm Master was directly cut into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Damn it, damn it! Little thief! How dare you sneak attack? Bastard! Tingyang was even more furious. Yi Shiwen killed 2 half-step Celestial Realm early step Celestial Realm Masters in succession, which was not only a great shame for him, but more importantly, it was also a great loss. How long would it take for him to have 2 half-step Celestial Realm early step Celestial Realm subordinates again? Although his backer was Tung Tong Tian, Ting Tong Tian did not only have him, and these subordinates of his were all his resources, all his forces. If he suffered a heavy loss, even his position in front of Tung Tong Tian would also plummet. Amazing, the Braggart King is amazing. Yi Zhilan's eyes were sparkling like stars. She had never thought that Yi Shiwen would turn out to be so powerful. Not only Yi Zhilan, but also Yi Feng, Jian Weibo, and Yan Feiyang. These 3 people were the most shocked. Every one of these sea race experts who were half a step into the celestial being realm was an expert. Even these geniuses could only suppress them and had no way to kill them in a short time. After all, the time they had spent in the celestial being realm was too short, and their accumulation was far from enough. But in front of Yi Shiwen, these seemed to be nothing at all. In just a few breaths of time, 2 experts of the half-step celestial realm died, tragically in Yi Shiwen's hands. Among them was loose cultivator Golden Sea, who had previously forced them into a sorry state. Was this Yi Shiwen's true strength? At this time, they finally understood why Yi Qianqian had remained unmoved no matter how much they had questioned Yi Shiwen. Presumably, Yi Qianqian had already known about Yi Shiwen's strength. Now that they thought about it, they seemed to have really become clowns at that time. If they had really attacked Yi Shiwen at that time, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. They were definitely not Yi Shiwen's opponent. But in any case, no matter what kind of grudges they had before, now that the enemy was in front of them, no matter what kind of thoughts they had, the stronger Yi Shiwen was now, the more benefits it would bring to everyone. Not good. Ting Yang is going to attack Yi Shiwen. Yi Feng suddenly shouted, "Yi Shiwen, be careful. Come back quickly. Be careful of that Ting Yang." But it was too late. Ting Yang had already instantly rushed in front of them. Ting Yang was a top expert at the peak of the middle stage of the half-step celestial realm. Once he attacked, he showed a completely different terrifying force. Although it was only a small realm, there was a world of difference. If it were Yi Feng and the others, they might not be able to hold on for long. It was a pity that he had encountered Yi Shiwen, a person who did not play cards according to common sense. Yi Shiwen often did not play cards according to common sense, and his strength often did not play cards according to common sense. Although he was only at the peak of the 7th level of the law phase realm, during this period of time he had been looking for the half-step celestial realm middle stage Ghost Shadow King almost every day, and he had accumulated a lot of experience. When facing a half-step celestial realm middle stage master, he was not powerless to fight back. Dang! As soon as Ting Yang attacked, a big handprint directly slapped down, slapping on the 8 treasure universe cauldron above Yi Shiwen's head. On the spot, a violent wave came out from the 8 treasure universe cauldron. The light curtains hanging down from the 8 treasure universe cauldron also fluctuated violently, as if a stone had been smashed in the water. Circle after circle of ripples bloomed like blooming flowers. Yi Shiwen was stunned and took a few steps back. Although he had the 8 treasure universe cauldron to protect his body and also cultivated the tyrant body, taking the palm just now actually made him feel a faint feeling of tightness in his chest. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This Ting Yang was worthy of being at the peak of the half-step celestial realm middle stage cultivation. The difference between his cultivation and Yi Shiwen's was too far. The gap of 4 realms was enough to form a fatal generation gap. Even if Yi Shiwen could easily slaughter a half-step celestial realm middle stage master, he was still extremely shocked when facing Ting Yang. Just now, if it was not for the 8 treasure universe cauldron to offset most of the power, just that palm alone would also be seriously injured even if he had the tyrant body. And those who did not have the tyrant body would be directly killed on the spot, turning into a mass of meat paste. And when he was extremely surprised in his heart, Ting Yang was also extremely surprised in his heart. He knew his own strength well. Just now, his attack was extremely ruthless and did not hold back. He was very clear about this, so he was even more surprised. He did not expect that Yi Shiwen actually had this kind of ability. Taking his palm head-on, he actually only took a few steps back, slightly. He could feel that this was a heaven-level magic weapon, and it was probably a magic weapon of a high grade. Compared to the May piercer of the little girl from the Yi family, the grade was even higher. A bit of greed flashed in his eyes, and he secretly snorted coldly in his heart. This kind of natural treasure should be in the hands of a real powerhouse like him. In the hands of this law manifestation realm kid, it was simply a waste of God's gift. And if he could obtain this treasured cauldron, his defense would be able to go up a level on the spot. At that time, even if he was asked to compete with a half-step celestial realm master, he would not be afraid at all. Thinking of this, almost without any hesitation, he directly attacked. The chi on his body swept out majestically, and he slapped out on the spot. This palm directly carried endless and vigorous chi, as if it wanted to penetrate the entire world with this palm, and penetrate through the 3,000 great worlds. Behind him, countless monsters of the sea appeared. Waves of ferocious aura filled the heavens and earth. These monsters of the sea were all roaring. It was truly terrifying. As soon as he attacked, He displayed the terrifying power of a Sea clan master. He did not hold back at all, and he wanted to kill Yi Shiwen directly as soon as he attacked. At this time, Yi Shiwen's hands began to unceasingly tear out countless golden lights, constantly bombarding this big hand, and then this big hand crushed them on the spot. In front of this big hand, there was no chance of survival at all. Anyone who wanted to block the way would only be a dead end. Yi Shiwen fought and retreated. The aftermath of the fight between the two sides emitted layers of energy halos, and Yi Shiwen was actually forced to continuously retreat. But Teng Yang's big hand did not relax at all. A big hand constantly chased after Yi Shiwen, simply looking like it wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. But no matter how Yi Shiwen retreated, that big hand seemed to have enveloped everything around him, finally forcing Yi Shiwen into a dead end with no way to retreat. Heaven imprisonment style! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He was forced into a dead end, and there was no other way. He immediately pointed his finger, and countless energy instantly condensing into a huge finger, and pointed towards that big hand. The surrounding sky bombarded, and was imprisoned by this finger. The essence of the heaven imprisonment style in the sky severing finger actually allowed Yi Shiwen to have a sudden breakthrough at such a critical moment. Boom! An incomparably terrifying collision occurred, and Yi Shiwen's heaven imprisonment finger and Teng Yang's big hand collided head-on. Countless terrifying energy was released in an instant, like layers upon layers of energy frenzy. Whether it was the killing array or the big array guarding the valley, under the impact of this terrifying power, both began to show signs of imminent danger. At this time, the masters from both sides began to strengthen the arrays, no longer having the intention to help. At this time, how could they not understand that compared to these two people, their strength was undoubtedly still insufficient? Once they went to help, they might be killed on the spot by the other person. Needless to say, Teng Yang's cultivation was at the middle stage of half-step celestial realm, suppressing all directions, was enough to suppress them, and although Yi Shiwen's strength was not as good as Teng Yang, and could not say that he could deal with Teng Yang, it was still no problem for him to deal with them. Although he had used a sneak attack to kill Jin Hai's loose cultivator and the other expert at the initial stage of half-step sky human realm, everyone had seen what had happened just now. Yi Shiwen was actually able to fight against Teng Yang in just one move. Even if he were to fight head-on, it would only take him a few minutes to finish off these sea race experts. For them, this was a matter between two monsters, so it was better for them not to casually intervene. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back, directly crushing countless air, causing a large area of the air to collapse, and only after removing all the force did he finally stop, but his whole chest was still extremely stuffy, and his breath was not smooth, and he almost vomited. Chapter 1302. Yi Shiwen's body continuously swayed in the air for more than 10 times. Then he managed to stabilize his footing. A large area of the air under his feet had completely collapsed and turned into nothingness. It could be seen how heavy the power of this attack was. A faint phoenix cry was transmitted from his body. His surging blood and qi were suddenly suppressed, and his complexion regained its tranquility. However, he was not surprised. The opponent was an expert at the intermediate stage of the half-step celestial realm. If he was just an ordinary 7th level of the Transcendence realm, he would probably be killed on the spot. It was already beyond everyone's expectations that his qi and blood were not flowing smoothly. Countless people around sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had just seen the scene of Yi Shiwen easily slaughtering the master of the initial stage of half-step celestial realm, but they were still very surprised that he had taken this blow. He was only at the 7th level of the Transcendence realm. If they were experts at the early stage of the half-step celestial realm, they would also be severely injured after taking such a blow, not to mention being able to recover so quickly. Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him before? When did such a genius appear in the Yi clan? That's right. The Yi clan is such a powerful clan. Every moment, a large number of geniuses emerge. This is something that we can't imagine. After so many years of being a tyrant, the depth of their foundation is simply unimaginable. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly, but for Yi Shiwen and Teng Yang, it was like a passing wind. Yi Shiwen's eyes were firmly fixed on Teng Yang's body, and he was paying attention to any movement of his. "You can actually withstand my attack?" Teng Yang's face also revealed a somewhat surprised expression. This was completely different from what he had expected. "What's so great about that? Do you think you're a god? No one can withstand a single blow from you," Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile on his face. "But you are too conceited. Don't think that just because you killed 2 guys of the initial stage of half-step celestial realm, you will be my opponent." Teng Yang's face regained its cold expression, and he stared at Yi Shiwen with ice-cold eyes. "Although I don't know how the Yi family raised you, it's a pity that no matter how many resources the Yi family has spent, it's all going to zero now, because you're going to die in my hands. Rumble." At this time, Teng Yang suddenly made a move. The sky-piercing palm directly pierced through the sky, forming layers of attacks that pressed down on the spot. The speed of this sky-piercing hand wasn't fast, but it was exceptionally majestic. It seemed as if countless mountains had fallen down on the spot and directly crushed Yi Shiwen on the spot. It seemed as if it wanted to crush Yi Shiwen to death and not give him any chance to escape. Although the speed was not fast, but that mighty coercion instantly enveloped Yi Shiwen, giving him a feeling that there was nowhere to escape. This was what was truly terrifying. Even though he knew that there were many spaces around him, he still couldn't escape. From this point of view, Teng Yang was indeed much stronger than loose practitioner Jin Hai and the others. Even the Ghost King was not Teng Yang's opponent. It was as if the 2 of them were in 2 different realms. The Ghost King, to a large extent, was relying on its tyrannical physique to fight unhindered. However, Teng Yang not only had a tyrannical physique, but also a high level of martial arts cultivation. He could display his strength to the extreme, which was something that these strange creatures simply couldn't compare with. Yi Shiwen had no way to escape, so he simply didn't try to escape at all. Yi Shiwen stepped on the power of wind and thunder and instantly launched an attack. It turned into a huge dragon claw and grabbed the big hand in the air. In the face of such a tyrannical master, Yi Shiwen used his full strength as soon as he came out. He didn't dare to conceal anything, because once he did, it would almost mean courting death. Boom! There was another huge explosion, and a frenzy of energy swept out. The big hand directly pinched Yi Shiwen's dragon claw, and then directly crushed down towards Yi Shiwen. Dang! The big hand directly patted Yi Shiwen's 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. A melodious sound of metal colliding directly came from the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. Through such a sound, countless forces were directly discharged. In contrast, the surrounding air completely collapsed, and the space was also completely distorted. It could be seen how terrifying Teng Yang's attack was this time. The entire killing array and the great array that protected the valley completely shook violently, as if they would collapse at any time. However, the remaining power still completely acted on Yi Shiwen's body. Bang! Yi Shiwen's body was directly blasted into the ground on the spot like a cannonball, forming a huge and incomparably deep pit on the entire ground. With Yi Shiwen's body as the core, cracks began to spread in all directions. Puff! Yi Shiwen still couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood and directly spat it out, spraying all over the sky. This blood contained powerful energy, and it was all Yi Shiwen's blood essence. Countless years later, this place might also give birth to heavenly treasures. If this is all you've got, then obediently accept your death. At this time, Teng Yang stared coldly at Yi Shiwen. His gaze was extremely cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. The difference between his and Yi Shiwen's realms was too great. If Yi Shiwen grew to his level, killing him would be as easy as blowing off dust. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have such a chance. It seems that your attack is not that difficult to accept. Yi Shiwen coughed twice and spat out some blood. The injuries on his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed, but this time he had suffered internal injuries, so it was not too obvious on the surface. Only the strange redness on his face began to slowly fade. His eyes were still so bright, as deep as the stars. How is this possible? Tin Yang's face revealed a somewhat surprised look. Yi Shiwen's tenacity was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. In this case, either he hadn't seriously injured Yi Shiwen, or Yi Shiwen had some amazing healing power technique on his body. Such a heavy injury could actually be healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under his nose. However, he was more inclined to the latter guess. It was simply impossible to say that he didn't seriously injure Yi Shiwen. Just a moment ago, he had spat out blood essence, not cabbages, on the roadside. Everyone's blood essence was limited, and spitting it out would result in serious injuries. So, there was only one possibility. What amazing healing power technique did Yi Shiwen have? It seems that you also have something amazing, but do you think that you can compete with me in this state? Tin Yang's words were extremely cold. He shot his palm again. He was a cold-hearted man, but he was also very decisive. He had been stunned for a few seconds. He didn't want to give Yi Shiwen any time to recover, especially after he had seen Yi Shiwen's tenacious vitality. He didn't want to give Yi Shiwen any time to recover. Boom! When he shot out this palm, countless air collapsed, and the space began to distort. This palm of his turned into a huge sea monster in the air, opened its bloody mouth, and let out a long roar that shook the heaven and earth. Layers of the air completely collapsed, as if it couldn't bear such a huge body, and crashed down on the spot. In an instant, countless power of thunder and lightning appeared in Yi Shiwen's body. His figure seemed to have teleported, and directly jumped thousands of meters from the original place, directly out of the ominous formation. Boom! In the next moment, the huge sea monster directly bombarded the big pit where Yi Shiwen was just a moment ago, and a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up. The big pit where Yi Shiwen was originally located was raised on the spot. There was no big pit left, only a huge abyss that was hundreds of meters deep. The entire ground within a radius of hundreds of meters had been completely shaved off by hundreds of meters. This was equivalent to the sky becoming 100 meters higher in an instant. Seeing Yi Shiwen escape, although there was a hint of surprise on his face, it did not change much. From just now until now, Yi Shiwen, a kid at the 7th level of the Law Phase realm, had given him too many surprises. One more was nothing. Not bad. Tin Yang didn't care at all. There was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Yi Shiwen could only flee like a stray dog in front of him. No matter how strong he was, he would only be able to escape for a while longer. This Tin Yang's strength still has the complete upper hand. After all, an expert at the intermediate stage of the half-step celestial realm is enough to suppress him, but he can also be considered a monster. To be able to contend with Tin Yang and not be killed until now, he can be considered powerful. After this battle, I'm afraid he will be famous everywhere. I didn't expect such a good seedling to be hidden in the Yi clan, but it's useless. If Tin Yang goes all out, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Even if he buys time for these Yi clan people, I'm afraid it won't be long. Everyone was talking about it. Many people felt pity for Yi Shiwen's imminent death. In their opinion, it was a pity that a genius like Yi Shiwen could not grow to the end. The more you struggle now, it's just a little bit of time. There won't be any change at all. Tin Yang said with a cold gaze, but his eyes fell on the octagon cauldron above Yi Shiwen's head. He could naturally see that one of the important reasons why Yi Shiwen was only slightly injured by his 2 attacks was because of the octagon cauldron. He had already calculated in his heart how to refine this octagon cauldron after killing Yi Shiwen. At that time, his strength would have a fundamental improvement. Is that so? Yi Shiwen said coldly. Chapter 1303. Yi Shiwen's figure appeared in the air with a cold expression. He looked at Tingyang and took a deep breath. Suddenly, countless treasure qi and spiritual qi were absorbed into his body. Suddenly, countless treasure qi appeared on his body. Now you want to absorb these treasure qi to strengthen your body? It's a little too late, Tingyang said with a sneer. Yi Shiwen did not say anything. He just sneered. His left hand directly grabbed the void and grabbed a blood-red fruit. It was the desolate blood divine fruit. He had not consumed the 2 desolate blood divine fruits rewarded by the law enforcement hall so that he could swallow them at the most critical moment. And now, in his opinion, it was the most crucial moment. He could also see that his strength was far inferior to Tingyang's. If he couldn't make a breakthrough, he wouldn't be able to stop Tingyang at all. In order to buy enough time for Yi Qianshan to come out, Yi Shiwen could only take a risk. He had broken through many times in battle, but that didn't mean that he liked to break through in such a manner. For him, it was naturally the best if he could break through smoothly. Breaking through in battle was the last resort of all possible solutions. Even the slightest mistake during a breakthrough could lead to qi deviation, let alone a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. But now there was no other way. After swallowing the desolate blood divine fruit, Yi Shiwen immediately felt that the desolate blood divine fruit turned into a torrent of energy and instantly poured into his body. It rushed into his limbs and bones and instantly mixed with his qi. Yi Shiwen's imposing aura rose in an instant, and a circle of golden energy was instantly released. A circle of golden energy was visible to the naked eye, and it turned into a raging tide of energy that swept away everything in its path. His whole person was like a god trapped in the golden waves. Tingyang's eyes fiercely shrank as he saw the scene. How could he not see the changes in Yi Shiwen's body? With his keen eyesight, he could almost see that Yi Shiwen was making a breakthrough. He was actually breaking through at the critical moment of the battle. His face was extremely ugly. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was simply looking down on him. How dare you look down on me like this? Now, I'll let you see how terrifying the wrath of a half-step Deva Realm expert is. As he spoke, he directly attacked. He understood very well that although his strength was indeed stronger than Yi Shiwen's, if he allowed Yi Shiwen to make a breakthrough, then everything would be completely different. He couldn't let Yi Shiwen break through smoothly. Thinking of this, Tingyang directly attacked on the spot. Countless pores on his body spewed out real qi, and countless principles began to revolve around his body. It was precisely because he felt threatened by Yi Shiwen that he had to go all out. He wanted to give him a fatal blow so that he wouldn't be able to continue his breakthrough. Boom! The cloud-piercing hand blasted out again, and a large area of the sky collapsed on the spot. It directly grabbed towards Yi Shiwen, wanting to grab Yi Shiwen, who was in the layer of golden frenzy, and kill him. Yi Shiwen retreated again and again. He was in the midst of a breakthrough. He needed time. He had to fight for time. However, Tingyang didn't give him any time. The cloud-piercing hand instantly grabbed his body. It crushed all the golden frenzy around him. At this time, this cloud-piercing hand directly turned into a tyrannical sea monster, forming a monster frenzy that directly drowned Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate. A treasure sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This treasure sword slashed out 3 times in an instant. Buried person's sword. Buried earth sword. Buried heaven's sword. In an instant, the treasured sword that was condensed from sword will split into 3 shocking sword lights. Each sword light contained a terrifying sword will, representing 3 completely different sword wills. In the next second, the 3 rays of sword light merged together and formed a huge sword light. It pierced through the heavens and the earth and bombarded the huge hand. 3 swords in one. Boom! The huge sword aura and the huge cloud-piercing hand collided fiercely. The huge sword aura directly pierced through a sea monster on the spot, bringing it directly to the distant sky. The sharp sword light even cut many sea monsters into a mass of blood in an instant. However, even more monsters were rushing towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Hula! Yi Shiwen opened his mouth, and countless spiritual energy was once again sucked in by him. His entire stomach instantly swelled up. Boom! In his mouth, countless qi mixed with the spiritual energy, and treasure qi turned into a torrent of energy and directly bombarded on the spot. Puchi! 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 These tyrannical sea monsters instantly evaporated when they encountered this torrent of energy. They turned into a mass of blood mist and directly evaporated, leaving nothing behind. This torrent of energy did not lose its momentum and directly bombarded Tingyang. Bang! Tingyang spread out his hands and took this torrent of energy head-on. His body was instantly bombarded hundreds of miles away, dragging a huge force of hundreds of miles in the air, directly tearing a huge crack in the air. Both of his hands were badly mutilated in an instant. The torrent of energy had directly broken through his defenses and torn apart his flesh. Yi Shiwen's Yuan Qi bomb completely shocked everyone present. The scene was silent, and there was only a large number of sounds of people inhaling cold air one after another. Everyone was stunned by Yi Shiwen. This Yuan Qi bomb was too terrifying. Everyone saw its destructive power. Not only did it easily break Tingyang's attack, but it also did not lose its momentum and lightly injured Tingyang. Although it was only a light injury, it was already amazing enough. As a master of half-step celestial realm middle stage, especially a master at the peak, his strength was completely above everyone else. Although Yi Shiwen only lightly injured him, it was not even a serious injury, let alone any fatal threat. But when they thought about how Yi Shiwen could only escape in front of Tingyang, they knew how shocked this Yuan Qi bomb was to everyone. Yi Feng and others in the formation were also dumbfounded. Although they had been resisting the attacks of the Sea Clan masters, Yi Shiwen had lured Tingyang away and killed 2 half-step Celestial Realm early-stage masters, which made them feel that the pressure was greatly reduced. Therefore, they had been paying attention to Yi Shiwen, fearing that if Yi Shiwen could not hold on, they could save him in the formation in time. Just now, when they saw Yi Shiwen constantly escaping from Tingyang's attacks, they could not help but be very nervous. So when they saw that Yi Shiwen could actually lightly injure Tingyang, they could not help but be a little stunned. "You dare to hurt me?" At this time, Tingyang seemed to have just come to his senses. He was actually hurt by someone, and it was even by a kid he had never taken seriously before. Although his hand was bloody and badly mutilated, it was actually just a flesh wound. In a moment, it was almost healed by him, but the anger in his heart could not be so easily quelled. So what? Yi Shiwen opened his mouth again, and countless Lingqi and Treasure Qi were sucked in again. The Lingqi and Treasure Qi within a radius of dozens of miles were sucked out by Yi Shiwen in an instant. Boom! Yi Shiwen once again spouted out a torrent of energy, directly blasting a big hole in the world, directly blasting out. Compared to the previous Yuan Qi bomb, this Yuan Qi bomb was several times stronger. Huff! 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 Yi Shiwen was constantly panting, and the Zhenyuan in his body was directly drained by 1/3. He almost increased the weight of the Yuan Qi bomb by 3 times, so it was possible to seriously injure him. Just like the ordinary Yuan Qi bomb just now, it could only slightly injure him. In a moment, the injuries on his body were almost healed. If it was in his normal state, he would not dare to take such a risk. Without Zhenyuan, even if he had a tyrannical body, he would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It was simply a dead end. Even if he had the Phoenix regeneration technique, it was simply impossible to keep up with such a terrifying consumption of Zhenyuan. But now he had swallowed the desolate blood holy fruit. In the moment when he consumed 1/3 of his Zhen Yuan, a part of the energy in the desolate blood holy fruit immediately evolved into Zhen Yuan, replenishing his body almost instantly. Therefore, he could use the Yuan Qi bomb unscrupulously. This situation made him a little excited because ever since he learned this Yuan Qi bomb, which could be regarded as a supernatural ability, he had been using it as a secret skill. Under normal circumstances, he rarely used it, because once he used it, the huge energy consumption may put him in a desperate situation. Damn it! Ting Yang was just about to launch another attack on Yi Shiwen, but found that Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack had already arrived. This time, Yi Shiwen had made some preparations for the Yuan Qi ball, and its power had increased by several times compared to the previous one. The terrifying power attached to the torrent of energy made him feel a kind of fearful feeling. Boom! But Yi Shiwen's Yuan Qi bomb was attached to the power of wind and thunder, and its speed was even faster. As if it teleported, it instantly arrived in front of him. He did not even have time to dodge, and could only use his hands to block it. Countless Zhen Yuan emerged on his palms, forming several Zhen Yuan enchantments. Boom! 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 These Zhen Yuan enchantments could not withstand the terrifying power of the Yuan Qi bomb, and were instantly penetrated one after another, annihilated into powder, and blasted on Teng Yang's body on the spot. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up. Chapter 1304. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up. Sand and stones were flying, and the huge storm was blowing people's clothes. Everyone's face was still unimaginably shocked. This blow was several times more terrifying than the previous one. It was already terrifying enough, but now Yi Shiwen seemed to be truly terrifying. He really had the ability to seriously injure a half-step celestial realm middle stage master. Countless sand and stones were flying, and smoke and dust were everywhere. When all the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone saw that Teng Yang was directly shaken out for hundreds of miles. The scope of the battle between the two sides was far away from the valley, but this did not hinder the vision of these masters with high martial arts. For them, hundreds of miles was nothing at all. And Teng Yang looked unusually embarrassed at this time. Perhaps it was rare for him to be so embarrassed in his life, and he was injured to this extent by Yi Shiwen, a junior whose strength was far inferior to him. The clothes on his body were torn in many places, and his whole arm was dripping with blood. In order to take Yi Shiwen's Yuan Qi bomb head-on, the muscles on his whole arm were so tight that they would burst open in an instant. His face was blue and white, and there was a feeling of incomparable stuffiness in his chest. He finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes became even colder. He was like a wounded beast that was about to devour someone. He looked at Yi Shiwen with an ice-cold gaze, filled with extreme resentment. "Good boy, you really have some skills." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became even colder. The wound on his hand was also recovering at a little speed, although it was not as fast as the recovery speed of Yi Shiwen's Phoenix regeneration technique. Fortunately, it was not a serious injury. It was just a flesh wound, so the recovery was still relatively fast. "I want to kill you even more. Today, no matter what, you can't escape. That move just now, I am afraid that your qi has been almost consumed." He sneered. His vision was very sharp, so he naturally knew how much Zhen Yuan was consumed in this kind of attack. Yi Shiwen had definitely consumed all the power in his body. Originally, he probably wanted to kill himself with one shot, but the result was obviously a miscalculation. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen was already a dead man, so he didn't rush to attack immediately. Although he knew that this might give Yi Shiwen time to restore his Zhen Yuan, but it didn't matter. His injuries would soon heal, but Yi Shiwen had already consumed his entire body's Zhen Yuan. How much could he recover in such a short time? He was just a turtle in a jar, waiting for him to catch him, that's all. Thinking of this, he could not help but sneer. Really? A strange smile appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, and the surrounding ling qi and treasured qi began to crazily rush into his body. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth as if he was going to shoot another yuan qi ball. Seeing that Yi Shiwen had once again put on an explosive appearance, even if Tingyang had already determined that Yi Shiwen should not have any Jinyuan left, he was still shocked, and quickly raised his hand to block in front of his body. But after a while, he discovered that there was no movement at all. Just a moment ago, Yi Shiwen was just bluffing him. Ha 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 ha! Yi Shiwen stood in midair, clutching his stomach, as if he was about to burst into laughter. This is too funny. I was just bluffing you a bit, and you also believe me. This is a big talker. Yi Zhilan pouted her small mouth and said, but the smile in the corner of her eyes betrayed her current mood. Seeing Tingyang, this old dog, being defeated, she was very happy in her heart. Previously, he had forced her into a corner, and now Yi Shiwen had played a trick on her. How could she not be happy in her heart? You! Tingyang's lips trembled in anger. He was actually played by Yi Shiwen. There was no so-called attack at all. He just used his own instinctive reaction. I must dismember your body into thousands of pieces, grab your soul, and roast it on the green lamp, day and night, for eternity. He had never been played like this, and now he was played by Yi Shiwen. Go to hell! Tingyang roared, and in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he had already made his move. Countless principles began to boil around him, covering the sky, and an invisible storm instantly formed around his body. He was already extremely angry, and all the principles appeared. He did not hold back even a little bit. Tingyang's aura has climbed to the peak. He is really going to go all out. Just now, he was played by this person. I am afraid. He is really angry to the extreme. That's it. Although the Yi clan has some tricks up their sleeves and can actually injure Tingyang, that's as far as they can go. If Tingyang really goes all out, it'll be useless even if he has some heaven-defying tricks. At this time, the Sea clan masters saw Tingyang going all out, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Since Tingyang went all out, there was really no suspense in the battle. Yi Shiwen's performance just now was really too surprising. It could be said that he was full of tricks. In their hearts, they were also faintly worried. Although in their opinion, Yi Shiwen was absolutely not Tingyang's opponent, wasn't it because they were afraid of some accidents? Even a powerful master would have times where he would fail miserably in a simple task. However, this Yi Shiwen with the strength of the 7th level of the Law Phase realm was able to force Tingyang to use all his strength. This is already enough to be proud. At this time, Tingyang suddenly erupted. The big hand that pierced through the clouds instantly turned into a huge beast claw, like the beast claw of a certain kind of huge monster in the sea. As it waved, it brought up endless waves, as if it wanted to overflow a golden mountain, and it slammed down towards Yi Shiwen. Tingyang went all out without holding back, wanting to smash Yi Shiwen's head on the spot. In the face of Tingyang's all-out attack, Yi Shiwen directly opened his mouth, and countless auras and treasures began to gather towards him. The countless auras and treasures were almost materialized, and they began to form a huge storm around Yi Shiwen, with Yi Shiwen as the center. Every minute and every second, there was an innumerable amount of spirit qi and treasure qi being absorbed into his body. His entire body suddenly swelled up, and his expression became somewhat painful. His face was completely red, as if every pore and every cell on his body had absorbed an innumerable amount of spirit qi and treasure qi. You still want to lie to me? Tingyang shouted. With the experience of being lied to by Yi Shiwen just now, how could he be willing to believe Yi Shiwen again? Boom! Another terrifying sound broke through the air, and it was as sharp as a whistle. A terrifying torrent of energy instantly blasted out, directly bombarding towards Tingyang. Compared to the previous torrent, it was a bit more tyrannical. This torrent of energy was like a hot knife cutting through butter in an instant, killing everything in its way. All of Tingyang's attacks were crushed in an instant, and they could not affect him at all. Immediately after, this terrifying torrent of energy did not reduce its momentum, and it went straight towards Tingyang. And Tingyang, who was originally rushing towards Yishiwen, did not have time to react at all. He was bombarded by this torrent of energy on the spot, and his whole body was completely submerged in the torrent of energy. The earth shook violently, a large area of the sky collapsed, and countless space distorted. This torrent of energy directly bombarded to the end of the sky until it reached a place where everyone could not see at all. That moment of intense light made everyone feel as if countless needles had pierced into their eyes, and they closed their eyes one after another, not daring to look straight at it. After a while, the torrent of energy slowly weakened, and everyone was able to open their eyes again, only to see that Tingyang was in an extremely sorry state. If it was said that just now only his clothes were damaged and the muscles on his hands had burst open, then this time it was even more tragic. All of the defensive magic treasures on his body shattered on the spot. His body was drenched in blood, and there was not a single piece of flesh that was unharmed. Even his chest could be seen with a snow-white color. That was his chest bone being exposed. He was half kneeling in midair, and he was constantly panting. His expression was one of shock, but also one of survival. He really felt that he might have been directly killed by that torrent of energy just now. If he had not decisively given up a few defensive treasures to block in front of him, he might have been annihilated at this time. He could not imagine how Yishiwen, a kid at the seventh heaven of the Transcendence realm, could be so terrifying. He was actually beaten to this state. This was something that he had never imagined before. At this time, Yishiwen did not seem to be any better. His whole body was already drenched in sweat, and he was half kneeling in midair, constantly panting. That blow just now had really drained almost all of the qi in his body. At this time, it could be said that he really did not have the strength to fight back, and he was very clear that Tingyang looked miserable. But in fact, it was just a flesh wound, which was not a big deal, and he still had more than half of his combat power. The energy of the desolate blood divine fruit in his body directly melted and permeated into his limbs and bones, frantically attacking his realm barrier that was on the verge of collapse. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Fortunately, Tingyang had the experience of being tricked once, and this time he did not dare to act rashly, for fear of falling into this cunning kid's trap again. However, he quickly confirmed that this time Yishiwen had really consumed all of his qi, and he was immediately overjoyed. Today is the day you die. No one has ever made me so miserable. You are the first. Tingyang said coldly. Then I should also be the last, because this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yishiwen's cold voice came. Boom! A majestic aura swept out. Eighth heaven of the Transcendence realm. Chapter 1305. Boom! A majestic aura swept out from Yishiwen's body and surged out. Yishiwen's aura seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles and continued to rise as if there was no limit. After breaking through the boundary of the seventh level of Law Phase realm, Yishiwen's aura was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, soaring wildly. It could not be stopped at all. Although the desolate blood divine fruit in Yishiwen's body had replenished the qi that Yishiwen had consumed twice, there was still a very large amount left. This time, the breakthrough consumed more than half of it in one go, but the remaining was enough for him to continue to improve. His aura was still rising constantly. This is impossible, Tingyang said with a lingering fear in his heart. He couldn't believe that Yishiwen was able to make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle with him. How thrilling was it to make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle? He had rarely experienced such a scene, but he was very clear about it. Now, Yishiwen actually completed it, and he was the villain, becoming the background of Yishiwen's breakthrough. This was something he could not tolerate. Die. At this time, he had completely fallen into a state of anger. A huge phantom of a sea beast appeared behind him, and a terrifying claw grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. Huh. Yi Shiwen sneered. His right hand grabbed towards the sky and directly grabbed the 8-treasure universe cauldron above his head. The muscles of his body instantly tightened and blue veins popped out. Like a king lifting a cauldron, he grabbed one of the legs of the 8-treasure universe cauldron and directly smashed it towards Tingyang. The 8-treasure universe cauldron's momentum was like a rainbow. It was like a small mountain that was grabbed by Yi Shiwen and then smashed down. Boom! When the huge sea beast phantom came into contact with the 8-treasure universe cauldron, it was directly smashed into pieces by the 8-treasure universe cauldron. Its huge claw was also smashed into pieces. Then, the 8-treasure universe cauldron turned into a mountain and smashed down. Dang! There was a loud sound of metal colliding. Tingyang only had time to raise his hand to defend. He was directly smashed away on the spot. Boom! 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 His body smashed hard on the ground and was shaken by the rebound force. He fell to the ground again and was once again sent flying. Pooh! He spurted out a mouthful of blood and almost spat out his entire internal organs. Yi Shiwen's attack had made him feel as if his whole body was falling apart. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Everyone was scared silly as they saw the scene. Tingyang had completely gained the upper hand a moment ago. However, he had been sent flying by Yi Shiwen in the blink of an eye. This was completely different from the time when Yi Shiwen had used Spirit Ball. When he used Spirit Ball, everyone could see that it was Yi Shiwen's trump card. It was not surprising that it had great power. Who didn't have 1 or 2 life-saving techniques? The only strange thing was that when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen should have consumed all of his Jinyuan, Yi Shiwen actually had the ability to continuously shoot Spirit Ball, which made Tingyang suffer a big loss. However, it was different now. Yi Shiwen had completely relied on his regular fighting strength to send him flying. Everyone had just seen that Yi Shiwen had a breakthrough in the midst of battle. However, even if he had a breakthrough in the midst of battle, his fighting strength should not have improved by leaps and bounds. After all, even if he had a breakthrough now, he was only at the 8th level of Law Manifestation Realm. Everything was simply unscientific. He had just broken through, and he could already beat Tingyang to the point where he had no strength to fight back. This was simply too terrifying. Yi Shiwen's move was simple and unadorned. There was nothing else but smashing. The 8-treasure universe cauldron in his hand was completely light in his hand. He smashed it out casually, but looking at the complete collapse of the air in front of him, one could imagine what would happen if the 8-treasure universe cauldron was smashed. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and swallow a mouthful of saliva. So violent. Bastard! Tingyang roared again and again. He did not care about the internal organs of his body that had been smashed by Yi Shiwen, and instantly rushed towards Yi Shiwen again. The aura on his body was also rising bit by bit. Around him, the figures of the giant sea beasts appeared. There were not many, only 10, but these 10 had a more terrifying aura than before. Moreover, they were not phantoms, but living entities. However, their eyes were lifeless. All of them were puppets, and they were all half-step, celestial realm middle-stage puppets. No one knew what secret method Tingyang had used to capture them. Now they directly formed a fierce beast formation, like a millstone that could destroy the world, and it was grinding towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly, and the sound wave instantly spread out, annihilating countless vacuum. The 8-treasure universe cauldron in his hand was lifted up by him. In an instant, it cut through the vast sky and smashed down, directly smashing towards the fierce beast formation. Dang! The 8-treasure universe cauldron smashed on the body of a fierce beast on the spot, directly smashing a crack on the body of this fierce beast, and a large piece of the fierce beast scales was instantly annihilated. This Yi Shiwen has great strength. I recognize this ominous beast. It is one of the super ominous beasts in the sea. Its whole body is invincible in defense. Tun Yang's decision to use it as the vanguard is very correct. However, even such an ominous beast has been smashed and cracks have appeared on its body. His experience is really unimaginable. Jian Weibo recognized the identity of this fierce beast in the sea, and he was secretly surprised that Yi Shiwen was able to smash it with a cauldron. Jian Weibo himself was a person of the endless sea, and he naturally knew all kinds of fierce beasts in the sea. Hiss, I remember, this is the vicious 10 puppet formation. At this time, Jian Weibo suddenly remembered something. Vicious 10 puppet formation, what is this? Yi Zhilan asked with some curiosity. This is a very powerful vicious formation in our endless sea. It needs to capture 10 tyrannical fierce beasts, refine them into puppets, and then arrange them into a formation. Don't look at the method as simple, but the power is very great, and if you can capture more tyrannical fierce beasts, then the power will be even greater, Jian Weibo said attentively, and his expression was somewhat dignified. The most terrifying thing about this vicious 10 puppet formation is that you will face the joint attack of 10 half-step Celestial Realm Middle Stage Masters, and the power of 1 + 1 is far greater than 1. That bragging king will be fine, right? Yi Zhilan said with some nervousness. Rest assured, he has just broken through, although it was dangerous, but his current strength is not the same as before. Yi Feng said, even if he can't deal with Tingyang, he can still protect himself. With him, holding Tingyang, we'll be much more relaxed, and it will be enough to hold on until Qian comes out, and at that time it will be the time of their death. And the rest of the people also nodded one after another. When did they, the Heaven's Pride, suffer such a big loss? If Yi Shiwen had not arrived in time, they might have been wiped out on the spot. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. These Heaven's Pride even hated Tung Tongtian, who was behind Tingyang, not to mention a mere Tingyang, who was simply not in the eyes of these elites. Their strength was only temporarily inferior to Tingyang, but it was not like it would be like this for a lifetime. Even before Yi Shiwen came, they secretly vowed that if they could escape, they would definitely teach him a lesson, and in a few years they would make him die without a burial place. But they did not expect that Yi Shiwen would appear out of nowhere and save their lives. Yi Shiwen saw that the cauldron did not smash this fierce beast into meat paste, which was still beyond his expectations, and even his arm was slightly numb. This fierce beast's defense was too strong, even he was slightly surprised. But not waiting for him to continue to be surprised, he heard 3 flashes instantly breaking through the vast sky, directly attacking Yi Shiwen's 3 vital points from top, middle, and bottom. Unexpectedly, 3 more vicious beasts swept over. Compared to the previous vicious beast, these 3 vicious beasts were much smaller in size. However, their speed was much faster. In an instant, they had already accelerated and rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Their claws directly tore through the vast sky and clawed at Yi Shiwen. Get out of my way! If it was an ordinary person, perhaps he would have already fallen, but this was Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen who had just advanced. His body instantly spewed out countless sword auras, forming 3 huge sword lights in midair, blasting towards the 3 fierce beasts. Not good. When Tun Yang saw Yi Shiwen's attack, he immediately knew that his sneak attack was hopeless and quickly manipulated the fierce beast puppet to escape from Yi Shiwen's hands. But how could Yi Shiwen give him such an opportunity? The 3 sword lights pierced through the middle of the 3 fierce beasts on the spot, leaving a huge bloody hole. One could see from one end to the other. At that time, the 3 fierce beasts were still fleeing at a rapid speed. Yi Shiwen reacted at this moment. These 3 ominous beasts were inanimate objects. So, this sword attack was enough to kill them, but it was naturally nothing for them. After all, they were inanimate objects. So, how could they be stabbed to death? However, 5 huge ominous beasts suddenly rushed towards Yi Shiwen at this time. The speed of these headless ominous beasts was undoubtedly a bit slower than the previous three ominous beasts. However, their terrifying might was a notch higher than the previous three ominous beasts. Coupled with the two huge fierce beasts with outstanding defensive power, Yishuin immediately understood the division situation of this vicious 10-puppet formation. It really had its own duties, just like a small military formation, very difficult to deal with. Although the scale was not large, there were 10 half-step celestial realm middle-stage fierce beasts, among which any one of them could only be easily killed by Yishuin. But when these 10 fierce beasts formed a military formation, it was enough to pose a huge threat to Yishuin. Yishuin immediately raised the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, without any hesitation, and once again used the Overlord lifting cauldron, smashing it down from the sky. Dang!